actually going to spend because I have things that cost a lot of points that I need to buy soon.
Maybe I can convince people to tip for Moon's cat stress.
That'd be good.
Hopefully.
I do need to go over here.
Oh, man, I can't open this bottle. Shit. All right. I need to go find my bottle cap opener.
Kestrel.
Okay. All right. Let's see. I'm in. I've got another note card. Probably put my fate point back in its bowl. Ooh. Hello, fate point. Go back in the bowl. My
Do
one
you want
fate
it to go
point.
back in the bowl?
I do actually. It lets me know I haven't spent it.
Oh, hi, Dak. How are you? I'm doing lovely. Thanks for asking. Uh,
Okay. Time to kick up my feet and play a human from Lustria. I'm sure there's a limerick that can be made in there somewhere.
okay, I need to send money to my two lovely artists who are hard at work. Send their deposits.
You are an awesome person.
So we have you, who will be not that expensive. Oh, no, I need to copy their email address. Or, oh, wait, they want their there. Okay. That makes things slightly easier.
You are an awesome person.
Was it for Fiora? I think this is the pony person. Are you drawing ponies? Yeah, you're drawing ponies. If you're a patron, by the way, and you have enough for the Discord tier, that's $5. On Discord, I just posted you a preview of a piece of artwork that's in progress. Dun dun dun!
I love that it's our regular goofy Discord avatars on the stream overlay at the moment.
I know. Technically, we should be over here. Look, if we can't take ourselves not seriously for 5 minutes, how are we going to take ourselves seriously for 3 hours?
You're implying I ever take myself seriously. Taking things seriously is the death of fun, at least for me.
Precisely.
That reminds me, I should put something in the chat just so Twitch knows I'm here.
Yeah, I should do the same thing, actually.
Yeah, you should. You should put something in the chat so Twitch doesn't register you as a bot. So I sent Moon a piece of the book artwork. It's the same piece that you can see on in the patron chat right now. Um,
And
um,
what the Moon have to
his
say about it?
exact quote. I'm so glad I wasn't chewing. I would have fucking died. I'm laughing too hard right now. You too can see this piece of artwork right now instead of when the book comes out. What do you mean path to affiliate completed, Twitch? I've been an affiliate for
Ooh, I should
ever.
web browser.
You guys think when the VTuber avatar comes out, I should push for partnership? I could try to push for partnership again. You guys think I could do it? Would you guys be willing to summon yourselves and get us all the way up to 75 viewers?
I'd be willing to take a crack at it.
Because the important thing is you have to get up to 75 viewers, and we have to maintain it for 14 days.
I mean, it's a lofty goal.
It is. It is. Very lofty goal.
It's a good goal.
Okay.
And it's not 75 people came by and saw the stream. It's 75 people are watching the stream at the same time for an hour. But you don't have to actually be watching. You can put me on in the background and mute me. That's fine.
I mean, to be fair, how many people are in the Discord?
Yeah.
So just going through it, it looks like I'll be able to advance to Artisan because I've got all the trappings already.
Okay.
I may need to look. I may want to look at that.
I'm going to have to look at mine.
Hi! This bag of hugs for $5 sold.
You have no idea.
Just topping up the amount of fate points for the party.
You have no idea how glad I am. Moon finally said, "Okay, fine, we'll play this," and now he's like, "Oh my god, I'm so excited to play this."
Play what?
Play what?
Warhammer Fantasy.
Oh.
Oh.
Like
You did not. When I talked with him, so there were two things that when he and I were talking a while back that were getting him excited. And neither of them had anything specific to do with Warhammer Fantasy. It's like, but this is the system you're playing. Yes, but I'm more excited for this other stuff. I'm like, oh.
What other
okay.
stuff?
You are an awesome person.
Well, he's excited to game with me for one thing.
Oh. Bronze.
Which I was like, yeah, but I'm just a crotchety old gamer. Like,
But you're our crotchety old gamer.
yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Oh god, I've gotta. Oh no, I've gotta spend XP in tandem.
Are you technically a grognard?
She's not quite that old.
No.
but
What's
she's
the
like
grognard?
right on the line. For those who want to know what I mean by a grognard is someone who's like the old guard who's like I'm suspicious of new people,
Ah,
or treats
Oh, right.
everyone like they're a rookie, but they also tend to be
Everybody-
very, very old.
Everybody
Advanced D&D was the only good addition.
So
No. Advanced D&D was a fucking 4-letter word because even at the time there were better fucking gaming systems.
I agree. Advanced D&D is a 4-letter word. And this is coming from someone who casually will say fuck shit son of a bitch, fuck your couch.
Yeah. No,
JD Vance, please don't fuck my couch.
Wow, I was parodying a grognard. I was not expecting such a vitriolic response.
Oh, okay. So the house I grew up in, my parents were tabletop gamers.
So go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
Thanks.
you go ahead, and then I'll get back to the subject I was talking about.
Yeah, I grew up. I'm a second generation gamer, so I was taught very early on that D&D was a 4-letter word because there were better gaming systems. Like that response is kind of my family's response to AD&D for the longest time. What? How dare you? Go wash your mouth out with soap. You said AD&D in my house.
I was born behind the DM screen, molded by it. By the time I saw the light of player, I was already a man.
I was a player long before I was a referee, but yes, not too far.
I will cite that I was molded by the GM screen, which is superior to your Dungeon Master bullshit because I was there when Dungeon Master was written.
Nice.
Anyway, so today I found out after reading the very, very, very old errata for this game that a single sentence in the realm of sorcery is actually incorrect, and it involves at the bottom of page 190 under familiar abilities.
Oh.
Both familiars and their masters are required to contribute XP towards buying new familiar abilities. Each familiar ability costs 300 XP, which must be paid by the wizard and the familiar. So when I say I have to spend XP in tandem, if I want to buy a familiar ability, I have to pay 300 and Maury has to pay 300.
okay, so that sounds like...
But
sounds quite expensive.
But these are very nice abilities. Etheric Reservoir. The familiar can absorb any spell that targets it or its master, saving it for later use. To absorb a spell, the familiar must make a -20 willpower test. If it succeeds, it locks the spell away. For up to 1d10 days, the spell can remain stored there. No harm or immediate damage can be caused by the spell to the familiar or its master. It may release the spell on command, or it will automatically release it upon waking up on the last day of the die rolled. It should be noted, if the familiar suffers a critical hit, the spell automatically discharges.
Ooh.
That could be useful.
Link of Psyche. The familiar and master now share senses and may share thoughts back and forth. This raises the intelligence and willpower of both by 10 as long as they are both conscious and cooperating with each other. If they are not cooperating with each other, this lowers the intelligence and willpower by 10.
You got your brains in SLI?
Yeah. Lucky Charm. The familiar gains 2 fortune points that may be used by the master or the familiar. Magic power. The master just gets a +1 magic characteristic so long as the familiar's breathing.
I thought of something cursed, but it's staying in my head, so I have to say it.
What?
but I thought, unfortunately, of a tramp stamp tattoo of the Thaco chart. Do with that information what you will.
I am going to do with that information what I will. I'm looking up your address now and already planning how I'm going to murder you.
I mean,
Just saying, I can probably get you a good price on anthrax if you don't ask me how.
I'm not using anthrax. No. I've got a hatchback. I've got a tarp. I got a shovel. This is going to be
And
real
the
easy.
Second Amendment.
No, no. Second Amendment's a little too messy. No. See. I want to be in the house, so close to him that he cannot deny it's my face as the life goes out of his eyes, so he knows that I'm the one that did it.
Yeah, besides, Anthrax is so 2005.
Just saying, the classics are a classic for a reason.
That's true. That's true.
Anyways, with some all the recent news I've gotten my hands on from overseas, all I can say is Slava Ukraini.
Yes, Slava Ukraine.
I heard
Love
that they were
Ukraine,
actually.
indeed. The
Now,
war
do
has
you
hit its
actually know?
find
You might
out
know if
stage
this.
of fucking around.
You guys might know if this is accurate or not, but I heard some things about them joining NATO.
oh, that was
Like
years
that they-
ago. They have been talking about it for years.
So,
Sorry about that.
it's already been decided that Ukraine will join NATO as soon as they're at peace.
Yes.
The current U.S. is going to be asked to leave NATO.
Yep.
Which should tell you how little they trust the current goings on.
But it turns out they knocked out not one, but two super rare A-50 EWAC planes.
Not just
As part
that.
of
I'm more looking at the the low estimate says a third, but I'm thinking that that's most of their functional strategic bombers.
Oh yeah, they went after the ones that showed signs that they were attaching cruise missiles to the bombers.
No, you don't know about this, do you?
I just got an update recently from Dennis, the airplane guy.
Okay. I want you to calm down and understand that this is the most daring, insane level of attack that's ever been committed.
Mm-hmm.
They smuggled modified shipping containers on cargo trucks, drove them to various locations in Russia, and then a small explosive blew the top off the container, revealing 100 drones per container, each loaded with 10 pounds of C4.
Yep.
And basically carpet bombed entire air bases on the tarmac.
Oh yeah. Oh, and they finally showed off that they have that submersible sea drone because
they hit the bridge.
Use those against the bridge.
Yeah. That bridge ain't gonna be standing next month. I'm gonna be honest.
I saw video footage with a hysterical woman freaking out over a large cargo truck, thinking it was one of the drone mobiles. So, paranoia, self-deception, and fear has been unleashed upon the Russians.
I'm so proud.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's exaggerating. Some of the news over here reported it as one of the first true examples of modern war, which I think you can't really argue with that, to be fair.
Oh, it's certainly one of the best.
I don't think I want to be that particular career choice.
And yeah, apparently apparently.
I went to look up veteran in the career compendium, and the thing before veteran made me die a little inside because dyslexia made me think it did not say the thing that it says. So the thing it says, the thing it says is Verenian investigator, and the thing my mind read it as initially was venereal investigator.
Nice. No.
Does that mean they've joined the FBI?
The gloves of prostate examination +5.
Okay, to be a veteran, I need to have a suit of full male armor.
Correct.
Oofta. And the only way I, as a spellcaster, can wear male armor is to have it made as a wizard's armor, which is exceptionally expensive.
Wait, a mage can't simply get the proficiency?
Unless
So
armor
male.
is
An entire suit of elf mail.
So unless armor is either made from a special material or is enchanted properly, if a mage is wearing armor, light armor, you take a -10 to all tests involving magic. Medium armor, you take a -1 to your magic score and a -20 to the test. This includes channeling. And heavy armor, you take a -30 and a -2 to your magic rating. So, if you want to wear medium or heavier armor, it has to be specifically made for arcane casting. That's why wizards look the way they do in Warhammer and why they all look extremely weird when they're wearing armor.
Barring helmets. Helmets don't interfere with somatic gestures. You can get away with wearing a helmet, and I think a chainmail coif, it explicitly states, doesn't impart any penalties on agility or casting or anything.
Incorrect.
Really?
I'm going to show you, and the reason why is it's not about the agility part. It's about the winds of magic themselves being interfered with by the metal in the same way that a fae is allergic to iron. This is why a bright wizard has this around their head.
Oh.
So you're saying a tinfoil hat would protect you in Warhammer?
Yes. Well, no, but yes.
You need to find a dragon or a wyvern or something with thick scales. You need to remove the scales and obviously turn the scales into a suit of plate or scale armor. Problem solved. Winds of magic will be perfectly fine.
Or get an elf or a dwarf to make the armor.
So
I mean, okay, yeah, obviously that's the that's the easy workaround.
So this is an amethyst or death wizard, and that is actually there's actually male armor underneath her robes. You can see the male armor on top of her head.
Elspeth von Drachen.
Now, you want to hear about expensive plate mail? Imagine trying to plate mail an entire ogre.
This, I believe, is Teclis in his armor.
Yep.
Yeah, no, they have to have armor specialty made for them. The specialty materials are mithril, dwarven star metal, or grommail as it's commonly referred to,
Right.
living wood, or sheets of metal blessed by Sigmar and made by the Order of Gold Magic.
Wow, that's not very specific.
Really not okay. That actually makes sense with the Gold Order priest, but really not like heavy animal scale.
Oh no, an amber wizard could wear heavy animal stuff because they're an amber wizard. I could get away with that. Rodolin can't.
Cletus, you mentioned about the idea of an ogre in full plate armor. There is one in the lore. His name is Gark Ironskin. He has a mechanical demon engine mount and a full set of plate armor that were made for him by the Chaos Dwarfs, and he is terrifying.
Okay.
Yes.
I still have to introduce you to my two favorite characters from the Forgotten Nation of Nippon. First, we have Masahito, the ogre ninja.
Enough said.
And
Ogre
then,
ninja.
and then we have Masarai, the undefeated ogre samurai duelist.
Well, I was referring to that they're finding out how much it's going to cost to put Turd in a suit of plate.
Arm, leg, firstborn child.
Is he a master of sumo or samurai? Terrifyingly? Yes.
Oh, this is bad.
I just really hope that when GW officially returns to Nippon again, and I hope they do, they get rid of some of the fucking stupid puns they put in there.
Like the sword being named Toyota?
Or the fact that their version of Shinto is named Vimpto, which is a soft drink in the UK.
Yeah.
No, that shit needs to go.
God damn it. Okay,
Wait, you have a drink? You have a drink over there called Vimto?
Yeah, Vimpto. It's sort of a grape and mixed berry soft drink. It's really good, actually.
Interesting, because in Fallout 4, there's Vim.
Knowing that Vimto is the name of a drink, Vim now makes a little bit more sense. And I mean, the Toyota or Subaru is whatever, because I mean Subaru just means good fortune or happiness.
Hold on. Subaru is the name of the manufacturer in the name of the manufacturing clan in Nippon that makes, and I'm gonna quote here, and I want you to not be mad at me for the quote, that makes the gunpowder for the kamikaze rockets.
Yeah.
Which, if you know what a goblin doom diver is, imagine that, but a samurai on a rocket.
Why would I be mad? I'm way too busy unpacking that statement.
Huh. That's interesting. Sorry to interrupt, but what you were saying about the Vim drink in Fallout, when it was originally produced in 1908, Vimto was expressly stated as an abbreviation of Vim's tonic. So it was called Vim to a point.
Yeah, and in Fallout 4, the Vim is short for Vim and Vigor.
Oh yeah, and it's expressly stated to be a tonic style beverage. Oh fuck.
Yeah, it's Vim tonic, Vimto. Yeah, it's a sort of spiced mixed fruit flavor. It's like grape, blackcurrant, and raspberry, and then they throw some kind of like spice in there. I don't actually know what it is, but it's got like a subtle spice kick to it. It's really good warm, actually.
Well, in one of the notes while investigating the Vim Soda Company, I found out that one of their formulas they were experimenting with was to add a taste of the ocean to the Vim, i.e., essence of lobster.
Anyway,
I thought you were going to say seawater.
we all appear to be here.
Oh.
We should probably get started.
Yeah, hey Cletus.
Yes.
I got a job for you.
Yes,
Hi, Pony Chick.
Do the thing.
Hand it over.
Here. No. The deal is you do the thing and then you get your booze.
I was hoping to get you to give it to me first. And then I could get a second one because you forgot the first.
Terribly sorry, the ADHD is not strong enough for that tonight.
Apparently not.
I just had a nap. And I just had caffeine. You're not slipping that one past me today. Now get started.
all right. Welcome back, audience. Last session, after defeating the rats, they did take note of stock of, well, there were things to gather up, goodies to be looked over, and discovered what the values would be and whether or not it was garbage. Pardon me. Good for the throat. Anyway, the party also took note that, well, not all of the party came out of this encounter in prime condition, as it were. Especially Lucia. She apparently committed to a spell that she really wasn't prepared for. So she wound up being bitten by the frost as well as the giant rat ogre that she killed with it. Well, it almost killed her too. So she had to click on fate's point to favor her life over the gods taking it away. It won't surprise me if she winds up with some very nasty side effects from this one, everybody. Oscar needs patches because, well, a couple of the Skaven got him with some of their standard bullets. And by the way, their standard bullets are not exactly something you want to be shot by, because those are usually not well hygienic rounds, shall we say. Mori took a few hits, and other than that, amazingly, Niaro is all right. Andre, the fool who rushes in everywhere, managed not to get a landed blow on him this time around. And Rodlin, well, he didn't watch where he was standing, and some nasty little rats got to nibble on his ankles because he doesn't wear boots.
Also, a shot in his chest.
Oh, he took a bullet. Oh,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I managed to wound or at least attack everyone. Fucking shot Rollin.
Well, then of course I forget whether or not Thess was shot by a bullet or anything hit her. So,
I managed to escape
How did it
injury
work?
entirely.
So Thess and Andre managed to escape actual harm. Amazing. So the party's decided rather than stick around and F around and find out, they've decided to retreat, heal up, repair, get rid of whatever secondary consequences of some of their actions were, and figure out whether or not they can do anything with the salvage they have, which was quite a few of the strange Skaven weaponry, and also whether or not Niar has a following with him, which will be interesting. Now, where they'll park such a following of extra, now pro Sigmar rats, that's another story, and possibly one that may have to be answered to by certain inquisitive individuals that have recently arrived into town. So we will see what happens once they reach the surface. Also, there might be some interesting conversations to be had while they walk their way back up the catacombs and eventually get settled back into the house and have to arrange to have the funk and stank removed from their clothing. That and Lucia's going to need a new staff. Now, hand it over.
Here.
Beloved air, elixir of the gods. speaking earlier of tonics and elixirs and other such fun things. And with that, I will leave it to Moon to see what reactions he can foster out of the party.
XP drop. Make sure you get it.
Level up.
I mean, I have no idea, but I assume.
Not quite. I'd have to actually check and see, but I don't think that's a full level up. It might be enough for me to buy out of the current profession I'm in.
All right. Oop. Will we be going straight to straight to descriptions of the scene, or will we be doing our character introduction?
We are going to do introductions because those are required.
They are.
Hello, everyone. I am Lucia Blick. At least that's what they all call me. I am your Kislevian ice witch. Yes, I'm a witch. It's fine. That is what I am tonight. And in addition to this, I am Fiora, and I'm going to be your camera person. In the meantime, I'm going to pass it off to the next person.
Hi, I'm Fisserau, human from Lustria, and apparently party bard. And I am also played by Doodle, who is very tired. But that's not unusual. Next.
Yes, hello. Oscar Hertzsprung of the minor noble house Hertzsprung of Wissenland and Nuln. Good to be with you once again, everybody. Oh, I'm so glad we're heading back to the surface. But yes, I am also played by Albion, the token Englishman of the group, and like Doodle, I am very tired because it's even later here for me than it is for all of you stateside. Passing it on to my next colleague.
And I am Rodlin. I am here, the wandering wizard, come to experiment and pick up tales, as well as aid our party as we try to make our way back to the surface. Now, with a great deal of strange things to look out for, positive and negative.
I am Sir Andre Morehire, slayer of foul Skaven and aider of Niaro in his noble quest. And I am looking forward to rallying the forces of the city to help us expunge the filth from below. And I leave it in the next hands of our capable dungeon master.
Oh, hey, that's me.
Well, actually, I was next. So, I'm
That's fine. I'm still
Cletus,
typing.
voiced by Len Zabi. You recap and recounter of things, and also pointer out of not so happy things for the party, and sometimes happy things for the party. It all depends. Like now, I have a new nickname for Lucia. I'm going to call her Frosty. And then drop it in the lap of our game master. You're in a hot seat, Moon.
Huh? Oh, hey, I'm the game master. Hang on, I'm emotionally tormenting fate.
He's
Can
apparently...
anyone
Go ahead.
can anyone join in on this?
I suppose.
I do the opposite of emotionally torment. I provide emotional support plushies.
Yeah, yeah, you did. It was a really nice plush too. It got to live at my apartment for a while.
It did. I am now scared because I don't see Moon actually typing, so I don't know what he. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I accidentally hit enter like a second too soon, and it typed the thing, and I was just editing in the thing that was typed. Ooh, character chart. Ooh, calendar. Ooh, tools. Yay. Uh,
Oh, lovely. Thanks. I needed that last piece of trauma.
Bertel, Hagen, Forks, and Nathan.
War?
I'm just trying to read the names of these things, but did so in a horrendous day, or did so in a horrendous moment of ramble.
Okay, so
I see.
it's all yours, Moon. Ow.
Oh wait, I'm still looking at the Vento thing. Flipping through the tabs. Okay. So with with the current horrors of this place dealt with, and stillness in the air only broken up by the rushing sound of water falling into the darkness below, the group would be able to begin making a fairly hasty retreat back up to the surface. Though, while everything is moving around, several of your eyes would be caught by striations or ruddy orange striations in the walls, amongst other things. What the hell did I type for those? That's what you see. You saw shiny things.
I saw shiny things that I immediately would have been like, "Hey, look, shiny things behind the wall. We should
Yeah.
probably take a closer look at this."
Yep.
Indeed.
There are six surviving Skaven slaves, most of whom had cowered at the front of this area that had been mined out. Though a few of them had actually stood and fought with Niaro and. Wait, are they still alive? I think I may have miscounted the number of alive. But they stood and fought with. Oh, yeah, these are actually alive, I think. I'll check the numbers later. But they stood and fought with Niaro, with Andre. But yes, the group of you, I believe, were all pulling back out to the surface to rest
Yeah.
up.
Well, before we did, I was going to want to investigate something real quick.
That's fine. I
I heard-
assumed a lot of you were taking time to dress wounds and actually ensure people could were travel worthy to the surface.
Mm-hmm. Now, well, I don't see them on. You said there were some barrels that were being moved about by the rat ogres.
Oh, there were some wheelbarrows, but I don't have a. They're one of the things that aren't res at the moment. I don't actually have wheelbarrow tokens.
That's fair.
Uh,
He was going to be going over and hobbling on his staff over towards one of them with a very curious expression.
okay. Oh, I have carts. That will work. It would mostly be that here.
Goodbye, 420 XP. It was nice while Maury had you.
Oh, big sad.
Where is my token?
But yeah, so there would be some scattered around. I'm going to move you under. These were totally here the entire time.
Mm.
The whole time.
Whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Always here, Mike Wazowski. What?
I was the turkey all the time.
Well,
Ronald's going to walk up to these and trace his fingers along, hobbling over while his wounds have been wrapped.
Okay.
And he's going to examine them.
Okay. They mostly have large chunks of crude stone that have been mined out. There's a few variations in color, but for the most part, they all seem to be brown. Does Rollin have any geology or metallurgical knowledges?
Not at present. If you asked him about the sea or travel or this winds, give you a dissertation. Not sure so much about. Aside from general crazy experience as a mage, he wouldn't know any. Probably wouldn't have studied stones especially.
Yeah, none of this. It's not refined enough to have any real overlap in magical application. The wavy lines are fairly pretty to look at on the rock walls.
I see. He's going to be wanting to see if he can identify. He's going to see. Oscar, my dear friend, do you think you could assist me with something?
Well, I'm certainly willing to try, Rodlin. What's up?
I'm trying to identify if this area was. Well, perhaps I suppose we could ask. Now that we have some with insider knowledge, but I was trying to discern whether what their purpose was with this mine was to simply expand, or to seek more of the foul arcane stone. He says when looking
Underground?
over.
Is that likely?
That is the correct question to expand out to the skills one can pick from. Like engineering.
Yes, warpstone can be found in a great many places, including very deep underground. Some scholarly topics I've heard some say you can actually predict where they can be located by strange old predictions, but hardly matters in least to say that they can be found anywhere in clusters and craters and buried deep in the earth.
All right, what should I roll for this, Moon?
Geology, metallurgy, engineering, that would be in a -10.
It would have to be
I was going to say.
I've got engineering science. Would science work?
Is that the only thing you have, engineering science?
I've got engineering and science, and then my trade skills are gunsmith, armorer, and weaponsmith.
Yeah.
I'll
With the
take the
engi-
engineering at the minus if I have to. It's
Yeah, I was gonna say we'll take the engineering. It's just a -10 penalty.
that's a
that'll
1. That's a 1. What the shit?
Okay, so apparently Oscar is still running off of just pure adrenaline from Lucia being injured, from everything happening in the fight, the explosion, the flash calculation of numbers and angles. He is just dialed in at the moment. Scholars today may perhaps call this a manic episode, but Oscar, as you stare at the angles of the cavern, the specific way they're making things, as well as the fact that now that everything has died down a little bit, move this slightly. No, that is on rotate. I do not want that to be on rotate. No, this has died down slightly. They've been able to find, or they'd be able to find at least some way towards a back channel, but that's not even what's important here. There are specific rocks that have been heavily mined out of the walls, and while there have been attempts to cut away stone in large chunks, and it's likely that given the amount of mass here and the limited amount of stone that they have in the wheelbarrows, that it's either been transported somewhere or just thrown into the abyss. The simple fact that they're going out of their way to even move some of the base stone at all, as well as some of the cutouts that are being made, such as where the first warp lock gunner was. It seems as though they are attempting to expand out in some way, though that seems secondary to whatever ore they were able to pull out of here in vast quantities. Sadly, as Oscar is more of a practitioner of the workshop arts and not the followers of the foundry, some of the specific intricacies of the stone and the chunks that have been dug out and tossed into wheelbarrows would escape him. But it seems that they had been mining for something first, and noticing the water flow, the vast amounts of formations, as well as such as the stalagmites and stalactites, that they are using this as at least a sort of forward entrenching area.
I mean, I don't recognize the stones, I'm afraid. I was never taught geology, but this cutting formation here, they see the rock seam, Rodlin, it changes here because here's the ore they were mining. But these parts over here, they couldn't have contained any ore. It cut off. They were Oscar takes a few steps back and sort of looks at the whole room and goes, "Oh, by Verena. This stopped being a mine a while ago. This is being prepared as a fortress. This is the ship. You see that those up there, the platform I brought down. They're clearing out this space. They're clearing the stalactites, using the river to create a kill box. Do you see? This wasn't a mine, or at least it's not anymore. This was going to be the entrance of a fortress. They're expecting attack."
Hmm.
Oh, this is bad.
And as daisy chaining off of
It's
that,
not this early.
on several of the more imposing looking rats, usually the ones with jet black fur, though occasionally some of the burly brown ones, there've been a piece of hide that looks like it was precisely cut. There hadn't quite been two matching pieces. You tried sticking it together in different ways, though someone had found on one of the black-furred rats in here a third a corner chunk that connects the two pieces. They have a map that has been cut into several chunks and divvied up between several of them. Whatever they're doing, they don't even trust the individuals who are overseeing the operation.
And we have an approximation of a map. Does it look like it's a schematic for what they were doing here, or is it more of a tunnel network map when I arrange the pieces together?
So it's still missing a corner, but it's definitely a tunnel network map. It seems that it was designed as a way to force the occupants to work together, or at least be the strongest Skaven to have all of the pieces. But it shows the sewer layer that you were going through and working through. This area seems to have been added in fresh on the piece of map that you had acquired, and on one of the prior ones that you had, there is a one of the Skaven triangles with an X in it, though it doesn't appear to be clear how to get there with just the three pieces that you have. It seems to be missing a series of pathways on the remaining chunk.
Well, we can make educated guesses based on this.
You actually have enough pieces to guess. I realized halfway through that was in character.
Oscar, do you have more explosive?
I have my own black powder reserves, and we have spare. I have a few of the Arabian grenades left as well.
She points at a slightly glowing pile of ammunition. What about their ammo?
Oscar immediately looks at Rodolin and just goes, I could use a small amount of blasting charge to trigger the warp stone if you think it would be safe.
Oh, by Sigmar's bottom beard, what have I done?
Dave.
Made explosives.
Yeah, Rodlin gonna strokes his beard long, and he like strokes. He does the old man of thing of like stroking all the way down his beard, and he says, well, it is far from the safest eruption. There would be risk, and I would not want to be any. And for the integrity of the Vale here at this day, I would not want to be anywhere near when this explosion were to occur. It would.
Perhaps I can do something about. I could set a longer fuse at least. Lucia, what exactly did you have in mind?
They want to dig this out to fortify it. What if we buried it again? At very least, it delays them. At best, they decide it's not worth it.
We also might be able to confound them. He says, walking over to the water. If we can muster enough of a blockage that the water is redirected down into their new tunnels they have just dug, as opposed to the long-standing underground passageway, it will make any repairs or further attempts to organize this location.
That could be done. GM, out of character question. This stalagmite here, or is it
Hang
Titan?
on,
The hanging
I'll,
down one.
Hang on, I'm just gonna make it bright and purple.
Thank
That
you.
works.
That one?
Yes. Is it as large as it?
Yes.
See.
Okay. I spent a lot of time making these to scale. Yes, there's a giant fucking big ass one dead center.
Okay. Oscar is going to pull out a pencil and he is going to start scribbling on the back of one of the Skaven maps because he needs some kind of paper. And he is going to start doing the rough calculations to bring this extra big stalag down in such a way that it could do what Rodalin's suggesting and be used to dam the waterfall with the help of the Skaven here.
I'm going to look at the thing that I've been trying to point out for the last few minutes and keep getting cut off about.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. There's the thing you pointed out on the loot list about few trace lines of green, but it's the rusty red brown lines as nails. That's wood, isn't it?
What?
The thing in the loot, the description you gave me in the loot, as I sat around the cavern and finished scanning for threats. Few trace lines of greens, but it's the rusty red brown lines in the walls that stand out against the sea of plain rock, as well. There are few crude nails sticking but not embedded in part of the wall.
They are so. I was hoping that you'd mention that because I was going to have to describe that better. It looks like the nails are just stuck to it, sideways, head first, piled on top of each other.
Magnetic.
They're
or magnet-like material.
Yeah, something, but yup.
Hey, scholarly types. Oscar, Rodolin.
Hmm?
Take a look at this.
Of course. Let's see.
Don't know if we want to bury it. This,
You've never seen one in the
the
wild
wrong
before,
company.
Oscar, but you recognize a small a small vein of hematite. Wait, is it hematite?
Well. A few
Yeah,
dwarf mentors
hematite.
at college had these. They called them, well, what they made out of this substance they called a magnet. It's a metal that attracts other metals. I suppose this must be the ore they'd get it from.
Yes.
Well, I wonder if we even have the time to collect any. That sounds like a very useful thing to have.
Niaro.
Weak. Niaro had been in the process of funneling the survivors, not so much out of the room, just into an area where they could be, counted for, round up. Basically the same way an elementary school teacher will take head count before everyone goes on the bus. Like, okay, make sure I didn't forget anyone.
Yeah.
784, 785, 12.
Wait a minute. 12? I have a question for you.
Oh, yeah, yes, hello.
Hello. Do any of the dig rats that we have helped, do they know how to remove some of this stone? Pointing to the hematite.
There would be a little bit of squeaking back and forth. Two of them, as it's pointed to, nod rather emphatically, and Niaro would squeak back, "Yes, they know technique for removing the bad pickaxe rock.
Bad pickaxe rock. Great.
They say that when they swing the pickaxes at it, it diverts the tip of blows, makes strikes imprecise. They have to use a special rock."
Is there a special rock here?
They nod. There's a few. They mentioned that there are a few in one of the wheelbarrows that had been spared the cave in, And if nothing else, they know how to make the special rock pickaxes.
Ah, excellent. I think we have people who can dig out some of the rock.
As they gesture to it, Thess, you can tell that it's just basically a shaped stone tool to dig out metal or to dig out something. But yeah,
You asked if there was time to remove it.
That might work.
I'm just advocating for the use of the individuals and experiences we have with us. It's going to take us a little bit of time to gather up everything anyway. We might as well take what we can.
Pardon me, Digrats, do you have, I gesture at the wheelbarrows, is there any of this special or already out and ready to go?
Nero takes a moment and squeaks and translate. One of them from the back, after they all take a moment to kind of scratch their chins in thought, one of them in the back raises a hand and nods really excitedly. Nero would chirp back up. Oh yes, they had been in charge of collecting the milled out stone. They say it's back in the area where you threw one of the boom rocks.
Ah, so buried.
They did, however, mention they're welcome to they did, however, mention they are willing to stay and gather up the well, we called them Skyrestones, but they would be willing to stay and gather up the mined out Skyrestones.
Would that be an idea, do you think, Thess?
I mean, it puts them at risk. Not sure how comfortable I am with that, or how comfortable they are with that, for that matter.
Rodlin is going to attempt to steady his mind and look into the future to see how high of a risk they would be staying behind for a time.
Go ahead, make the rules. And they
First channel.
they would, as the mention of it being risky is squeaked back and forth, they kind of just tilt their heads, and one of them asks, or Nero, it does not translate. Kligish does not have the word, but
Gonna roll that one.
Go for it. But 782 or 785 asked, "What is safe?"
Tess just starts laughing because that's not even a
excellent.
thought. That's not even a thought that would occur to her. They wouldn't know.
She turns to 782. You funny.
This is translated. They all start laughing, and one of them pats 782 on the back. They don't understand why. They think they've been complimented.
Excuse me.
I call you Bepchi. Your name now Betchy.
Betchy?
13 out of 4. I got a decent channeling roll and 13 out of 4 on the casting.
Nice.
I have a question.
Everyone drink water and I have to do squats.
Well, it's mostly for Oscar. Now, if you include the greenstone with the explosion,
or sharing any of that information that he learned,
dirty explosion which spreads powdered nastiness, or does it react in an explosive way itself in such a degree that
you mean it's hard to...
it might be a bigger boom than you anticipated?
Oscar found out that warpstone exists last night. He does not know the answer to this question.
That's the one thing I was also going to be checking for in a moment once I understood, saw the result of my looking into the future.
So,
Yes, you were trying to say before Cletus went Cletusing? So I unlocked your token. I didn't realize she was stuck in the wall.
Go ahead, Rodlin.
Oh, I was waiting for Thess. I thought Thess had something to say.
No, there's lots of laughing, and then after Niaro, it means how likely is it that they will be harmed or they won't be harmed?
They squeak back and forth for a moment. One of them points to one of the large fallen, or one of the large black rats with a big glaive. They make a gesture with their head and squeak a few times, to which Nyaro grimaces slightly but laughs and repeats back, he say he'll take head off of leader, wear that around as symbol to the others. Don't know if that actually worked, but eh.
Okay.
So what does the future tell me?
What, you said you got what was it, a 14? 13?
13 on a casting number of 4.
So if they stay here for a little while, with everything that happened with the visible displays of what had happened, such as the frozen rat ogre, they would be safe in the interim. Several days. It's hard to tell down here without the passage of time, but given the flickering of the torches, a few of them die out. You assume it's been at least a few days. And it isn't until all of the lights are gone that it is abundantly aware that they are in a tremendous amount of danger. As the last of the lights go out, a series of not beady but intense, burning red eyes would appear out of the hallway where some Skaven had run off to. And simply just an air of disappointment.
Uh-oh.
Rodlin opens his eyes and says, I have looked as far as I can into the future. They would be safe here for a time, although by the time the fires grow dim, and by the time the darkness envelops this chamber, a great danger would emerge, full of spite and wrath from below. But
How
until
long?
that time, they are in relative safety.
Okay.
Oh. So if the greenstone goes kaboom, I guess then Oscar would have to be repaired for nuclear
This
attack.
bag of hugs for $5. Sold!
3 fate points for the party.
Hey,
Stop going
Thesserau.
through them so fast.
You know, you seem relatively calm considering you're in the presence of Skaven. Are you still feeling murderous impulses?
Every single moment.
Do you need any assistance?
No. Not at this time. What we need to do right this moment is figure out what we're going to do and get out of here. I'm
Agreed.
looking forward to not being here.
Let's
Well,
see if we can set. I would recommend that we set a few to work, seeing depending on how quickly they can mine, and just able to stay no long if to either until they can have all the ore they can carry, or until half of the fires go out from time. Whichever comes first, they will then light a long fuse and emerge, giving us enough time to go make our way back and prepare a plan for how to get them to our home, along with all the ore.
Lady Thess, perhaps you and I could go gather the tails?
We have a lot of work to do. Do you think that's the best use of my skills?
Well, it gets you away from the immediate living, breathing Skaven for a bit.
I just got to kill a lot of them. I'm perfectly fine for the moment.
How's Lucia looking?
Hold.
Lucia's shivering. And blatantly trying to ignore it.
Are you standing or are you like on Mori?
Leaning on Mori.
She can stand, but it's difficult.
He's going to go over and to Oscar and quietly whisper, "Oh, by the by, now might be a perfect time to offer the young lady your coat."
Fucking suave.
Hey, it's not a bad thought.
I mean, she has had to take off her coat because she's soaked.
Is Rodolin wing manning?
Gotta take care of my boy.
No, he's a wizard. He's wind manning.
That's
damn
true.
it.
He's the wind man.
Well, Oscar is going to take his long Wissenland red travel cloak out of his pack, unfurl it, and offer it over to Lucia. You look like you need this, Lucia.
Oscar making those moves like Jagger.
Rodolin, I think on the one
Yes?
hand, it would be good to have some
Sorry,
of
there
this
were
metal.
raised voices. I apologize.
Yeah, we were asking. You were being offered a coat.
She blinks a few times and realizes that she's taken off her own coat because it's soaked. Thank you. I'm not used to people offering me their coat. Usually they throw tomatoes.
Well, here. And Oscar assists with clasping the long travel cloak that he was offering around her neck and just smiles a bit apologetically and says, "I'm sorry. The red heraldry doesn't really go with the rest of your attire, but it'll have to do."
It's better than freezing to death.
How are you doing on vodka, Lucia?
She taps the flask. It's empty.
I'll take my last wineskin and offer it.
I'm good.
While he is offering, he's going to look. Rodolin is going to first smiling, watching this interaction transpire, then turning over to Athesarau. He's going to say,
Yes. Hi.
Yes, sir. I understand. But we won't probably need much anyway."
No, well, there's
Makes
that,
sense.
and again, I don't want to unnecessarily cost these creatures their lives.
That is true.
Trying to be better than what I'm designed to be. Not easy.
Well, It takes great courage and a greater and a greater will
In my
to go
case,
against
yes.
such design.
Anyway,
I
try and
certainly.
go ahead. Yes, sorry.
I only know so much about the wills and the designs of the people of Lustria, but I know a thing or two about trying to change one's purpose and overcome overcome what was instilled.
Mm.
Let us encourage that then and take heed of your warning. How
Thank you.
about I believe perhaps a few handfuls, 2 to 3 armfuls worth of this iron, or this clinging iron might be worth it. Certainly enough for us to make some good usage.
Yes, I believe it will.
Hmm. Then let's get to it, he says, walking over and beginning to help. Beginning to help. Beginning to help our dear new rat paladin organize the troops.
I mean, they would mostly just be field stripping the dead.
Ah, fair enough. Basically, just going to inform of the aforementioned dear new rat paladin of the plan that we'd like them to mine, but only will need a few handfuls worth. Basically 2 armfuls, maybe 3 if it's quick, of that iron.
To mine or to gather and then pull out.
If they already have it being mined, then we can probably just gather it. Actually, if they have it already mined, we can probably. Is there enough? Is that what's in all of the carts? Because I know some of the carts just have regular rock.
It is not, and also without being able, and without the some of them it's very easy to tell, some of them it's a bit too difficult to tell without the training. There's a few bits of obvious iron, a few bits of the orangish iron that could be grabbed, but for the most part it's hard to tell what's exactly what without the specific knowledge.
Then he will tell him to grab only. Yeah, he will just collect if he can collect about 2 armfuls worth. 3 if again 3 2 armsfuls worth. 3 if we're lucky. And then we'll be and then. All right, pass the spotlight back over to our interaction friends.
The speaks are given, and they will begin scurrying. Oh, this is quite literally the only thing I can hear as Oscar is giving Lucia the coat.
Well,
Mhm.
at that point in time, I will be helping gather up equipment. Because we got a lot to do. There's a lot here. Gathering it up, breaking it down into transportable capacities and sizes.
Rodlin is going to take off his cloak and then use it wrapping it around his arms, and through the cloak he's going to go gather up some of the green ammunition that's been scattered around for use in the long fuse bomb to destabilize the area.
Is he picking them up barehanded?
No, he's literally he's basically scooping them up in his cloak, like putting
Oh,
his
I thought he
hands.
was using that to store them. I understand now.
Yeah.
Give me 1 toughness roll, please.
Okay.
This is for all of them, so if you fail it a little bit, it's fine. If you botch it, you may want to re-roll it.
Toughness. I mean, it's 50 out of 23.
By the time he's grabbed the all save the last handful of rounds, he would start to feel a tightness in his chest and a basically COVID cough come on. I can't really think of anything better to describe it as.
He is then going to wrap it very. He's going at that. Yeah, that's his sign. The sign to stop picking things up, and he is going to tie it off in some string around into basically a big sack, and go over and put it on grab one of the emptier looking carts and set it in it before hobbling away.
And because of your bullshit armor, you take no I believe they are insanity points, yeah.
Excellent.
I will handle the bullshittery of cutting rat tails and gathering them.
Okay.
We appreciate you for handling the bullshittery.
That's all right.
This sword was made for chopping, and that's just what it do.
Are you gonna try and take the frozen one?
No.
Yes.
Not
Well,
yet.
the hand.
Lucia, can the
Rodlin.
statues be broken?
The statues can be, they're ice. They can be physically destroyed like any piece of ice, but
Okay, they just don't melt.
they just don't melt.
If
So you just end up with pieces of ice.
Do they want? Would it be reasonable to assume that they have the? Well, ice has a lot of variety in its durability. Is it like, are we talking blue ice, the stuff you see in the Arctic, or like?
I mean, that is what I imagine it is, yes.
That's fair.
There's a reason I always change the models to be that dark blue.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead drinking water.
Water is good for you.
Water. Good. Hey, Leo Flame. Waits for fate points to show up. Did you drop? Oh, you did. I am very sorry. Fate points showing up now that I am not being yelled at by roommates.
I have reset the pot.
Yay!
Pop,
Pot
pop, pop,
reset.
pop.
Thank you,
Yep,
Bronze.
it's another.
Incredibly.
Stop going through them so fast. I mean, Bronze. That this is our party we're talking about. The dice could just be like, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
All right, so the rat tails have been gathered. I'll get you the exact number of those. I have the number of KIA. So
Yeah. Rat tails gathered. I'm gonna gather up all the salvageable equipment, including with special attention to holy shit, the Skaven can be engineers, which is kind of news to Thess. I mean,
yeah. Can you show any of those to Oscar? I'm sure
Yeah,
he
oh,
probably
yeah.
would have. Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
yeah. That was part of the like I started an RP conversation about it. Especially the 3-barreled pistol. But like we didn't get very far in it.
Yeah,
life sucks. But yeah.
it happens. So, but yeah, they each of the warplock gunners, the ones with the strange, just Giselle style rifles. In addition to having a incredibly well made rifle, that is unfortunately somewhat warpstone powered. They also seem to just have 3-barreled revolvers. Well, pepperbox, but
Yeah. Unexpected. Uh, so yeah, those all get salvaged. Because holy shit, this is something that Oscar and I have been talking about for a minute. So
you can tell there's so much room to improve them because there's so much wasted space that could hold barrels.
yes, there must be more barrels.
Yeah.
This bag of hugs for
You were able to
$5.
recover 4 of the
And
tri-shot
bestow
revolvers.
this holy 13 to give the party and or GM more fate or GM points. Fate points first, then the rest go to the GM if filled.
Let's see. And pretty much anything else. That looks like it might be salvageable.
GM fate
Really.
points have also been filled.
Oh joy.
Oh yeah.
I can certainly use those as a base to work on some less Skaven designs.
I absolutely wholeheartedly support this. We definitely need some better options in regards to our specific weapon turnouts.
Well, they're able to move some of the stone after a bit. They'll still have to be down here for a few days to really, or well, not even a few days. They'll still have to be down here for several hours to really make any kind of a dent in the excavated stone and minerals and such.
Okay. Then don't want to be down here for days.
The thief, the actual criminal type who had been with the group. I don't mind staying down here to supervise. I was probably going to end up behind some kind of a jail cell. The watchman is just nodding emphatically the entire time. Right, yeah, so I can just disappear down here and supervise.
I mean, it's okay with me.
Well,
Heard worse ideas today.
I think we've all been responsible for worst ideas today. Um,
I would most certainly say he's earned some leave.
I quite concur.
Hey, I'll be bringing them back to your
Yeah.
place or whatever.
Then I believe that would be a quite wise course of action. At least seemingly. Also, while this is going on, Rodlin is going to see if he could. Y'all were gathering like the hand and possibly the tail or whatever of the
frozen one.
yeah, frozen one. Rodlin was also going to see if he could take the head and just a few other bits and pieces of permanently frozen rat ogre, or just permanently frozen ice.
Yeah, that permanently frozen ice is potentially very nice.
Yeah, you can part out the rat ogre.
Chop it up. Or crack, more like.
The rat ogre should be thrilled. Its existence has been elevated to that of Dragon Corpse.
Cut it up for parts! Get the pieces, get the pieces!
Precisely.
You know, that's another thing I'm curious about. So, are they... You mentioned once, Lucia, that they are able to still see while frozen.
And hear, and they...
Feel pain?
Yes.
Excellent. Where's my sword?
Oh, as you all are talking, as the spell essentially, give me a second. I need to remember the word I'm trying to think of. As the last of the magical energies culminate in the rat ogre, there would be a sort of where is here we go. There would be a very faint sort of hitting the ground, as it seems a token of sorts had fallen off of the thing's head. It almost seemed as though it not so much resisted freezing, more so much as the magic sort of popped it off.
Okay.
Because it's definitely cold to the touch, but it doesn't feel like you're going to lose the tips of your fingers.
Well, we'll have to add that to our list of things to ID. We'll add it to our list of things to take up top.
So a just short period of looting down here, gathering up assorted things, and then making the push back above. Is that the gist I'm getting?
That is generally the gist. We are not pushing further on. We are in no condition at this stage to push further on.
I didn't think that you were pushing forward. I just weren't sure what you were doing with the bulk of the room.
Loot everything not nailed down that is not warpstone. Then head to the surface with said loot. I mean, that's his plan. We are due bounties for the rest of
the many tails.
Yeah. So we should definitely take those with us.
How many tails do we have in total currently?
A lot.
I have legitimately lost count at this point.
That's why we have a.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have legitimately lost count. I'm glad my notes haven't.
Yeah.
I want to say over 50.
Yeah,
probably closing in on 100.
I also second Thess's plan.
Yeah,
that's about what I was wanting to do.
God.
Sorry, didn't realize you would speak. There's a little bit of lag on my end. Didn't realize you were starting talking.
Oh, it's okay. Like, I mean, I don't know what Rodalin's plans are, but yeah, I don't want to be down here anymore. Like,
I think we agree with you.
The only things Rodlin are adding is that he's packing up a few of the excess warp stones so that they don't have it, and we can use it to blow them up later. And putting any warp stone we're not using into the explosion. Which was the other thing. He was going to help Oscar by calculating how much rough force could be expected from the explosion of warpstone, as Oscar does not know its explosive yield.
Not even close.
Stand by for nuclear attack.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that is. You just have engineering science, right?
I've got engineering and science, yes, but we have established that Oscar absolutely did not know what warpstone was until it turned up with the Skaven in the house last night.
No, that's fine. That's not so much what I was trying to ask for.
Sunny.
Yeah. So science, engineering, and supernumerate.
Yeah, so from the hand grenade, or from the air grenade he threw, he would know that that much warpstone will blow up a lot. How much? It requires blowing it up.
I mean,
Would I be able to assist him with my own knowledge?
No, not with. Yeah, it's. Well, wait. What do you have?
It doesn't have a lot of engineering lores, but he has lots of arcane lores and a lot of field experience when it comes to magic and magical tricks, including warpstone. Like, given his personality and his planning type, this probably isn't the first or even the second time he's used warpstone as an explosive.
Well, I will. There is a test you could make. The question is, how much of that information do you want to volunteer?
Only in that, for now, only in that he. Well,
You have warp or chaos.
I have lore. I have lore chaos.
Give me lore chaos. Oh, it is just trade engineering. Okay. I thought the Skaven tech needed a specific thing. It is apparently just trade engineering. That terrifies me.
That is a success.
How many degrees?
This one is only 1 degree of success.
Hard to tell how big. Hard to tell how big multiple chunks of warp stone are going to be in a full yield explosion, but suffice to say, you aren't going to want to be within visual range of the stone when it goes off.
So.
Yeah.
Old man Rodlenheimer.
But yeah, there's a, but without knowing the specific magical, without knowing the etheric quantity concentrated inside of these specific chunks of warpstone, it will be impossible to determine exactly how large of a yield they will be.
Then could I do that by sensing magic?
Yes, but it is dangerous.
We have a
Difficult or dangerous?
Not difficult, dangerous.
I see.
It's like trying to determine the radioactivity levels of a rod by licking it.
I'm not.
I mean, someone did it at some point in history.
Look, there was a reason I said dangerous and not difficult.
Okay.
it effectively requires touching it with a bare hand to ascertain the amount of magical backlash.
Hmm.
I think you got this.
Fuck it, we ball, I suppose. You know what? First, he's going to cast a spell. Give himself. Here we go. Here we go.
In character, I don't think you got this.
Yeah, probably not.
In character, this is a bad idea, but
It's funny.
how many times has Rodolin done bad ideas and it turned out okay?
He feels like I was here for a good time. How have I been here for a long time?
Right.
And he's gotten both.
Yes.
Foresight, baby! Alright. So. Second portent of Amul. First, channeling. Channeling, great success. Second, portent. Okay, failure. Second attempt, don't have benefits of the channeling. Perfect, right on the number. I now get 2 extra rerolls. Second, would it be possible for me to attempt a dispel to dampen the amount of magic in it at a moment to make it safer to touch?
Yes, but then you would not be able to get an accurate assertion of its strength.
Curses. Okay.
It's part of the reason why they have a device for this. I mean, granted, that device is just a cast of Skaven, but they have a device for this.
Canary in a coal mine?
Oh, I'm sure they've engineered a squeaker counter.
I mean, they're totally not Canary class Skaven.
Now, if Rodolin was a morally ambiguous wizard, he'd also probably have Canary something or other. He does not vibe with that though, so. Alright, got 2 extra rerolls. He's got his. I've got him still mostly full on fate points. We've got audience fate points.
Don't mutate.
There's also multiple devices across the Skaven that Miara would excitedly exclaim, "Ooh, fire speaker!"
What exactly is a far squeaker?
It lets you squeak far.
Fair enough. He's. Oh, would I have to do this for each individual roll or each individual rock?
I technically yes, but considering these are all from roughly the same vein, I'll let you get away with just doing one.
All right. Let's see if I can do this.
I'll be nice.
Appreciated. Let's fuck it, we ball. He is going to very briefly tap and sense magic on one of the All right. First, sense magic. Fate point. Because otherwise that would be a 100.
Nothing.
No. Yeah.
Are you sure you don't want to go balls out?
No. What do you mean balls out?
I mean, we have seen Rodolin's proclivities when it comes to demons.
Go ahead and re-roll. Only
yeah, I'm just gonna
100s for winners.
I have canonically seen Rodolin's rod.
I wasn't gonna say it. Now I need brain bleach.
We were all thinking it.
I mean, I was.
Rod
I
of
am
Wind.
now.
Yep, no, I'd forgotten about it. Thank you.
Then I'm going to
You're
use
welcome.
my. Then I'm going to use one of my 2 out rerolls in the hour. This one is fuck. 70. No fucking way.
What?
That is exactly a success.
Oh. Nice. Okay. So instead of a toughness, I would like a willpower check from you.
Okay. Great success.
All right,
27 out of 60.
Oh, nice. Alright, as you brush a finger against it, there would be a very sharp but minor sensation of pain as the concentrated or as the concentration of the magical winds starts to blend into your finger. As you touch it, as it becomes part of the living host, you can sense the faintest bits of life magic emanating from it, as well as the standard solid states of earth and light. But it seems to also have faint emanations of all of the other primary elements. But these are strong. These could be either used to build something or blow something up.
I see. That was somewhat concerning. He says, shaking his hand off.
Also, you take 1 point of damage.
Yep, I had a feeling. Alright, one hand. He's shaking his now very sore hand. Blowing on it as the winds exit.
Rodlin,
feel like
please don't do that again.
Oh, well, don't worry. I just got a good view. As far as I could say, as far as the explosive potential of this substance,
As you wave
these
your finger
gesturing
around absent-mindedly, there'd be a straight bolt of fire that comes rocketing off of it. But that does finish discharging all of the stored magic.
Yes. This would be particularly strong. Even a more midline level, I certainly would not want to be in visual range on account of caution, on the necessary caution. This stroke strength is significant. In fact, I imagine we could probably do half or less of what's here and get the intended effect. And other excess details to assist him in his calculations.
Oscar goes back to analyzing the pillars, the rocks, the stalagmites, the stalactites, everything to try and do the maths on the best way to bring down a portion of this to block off the waterfall entrance and redivert it back down towards the Skaven gate chamber, as Rodlin suggested he is. He is in full maths mode, partly because it's necessary and partly because he's trying to distract himself from Lucia's current state. He's keeping himself busy. All right, do you want that polymath test then, Moon?
I do. I would also like a...
Oh no.
I would like a, another science test, pretty please.
Okay, we'll do science first. Do. Science is barely a success with 74, but still a success.
And polymaths.
Uh, 16 out of 100. As in 100 was the target number. 16.
A. Goddamn. B. Goddamn. C. As Oscar's going through and crunching the numbers, there'd be a moment of realization as stalagmites and just dripstone like this in general is a very good source of naturally occurring limestone. But with that fact just kind of tucked away as trivia grade information. It would either take a bit of work to it would take It would take a bit of work to dig out some of the base of the stalagmite up against the ceiling, but 2 to 3 charges would be enough to detonate it free from its place without causing a tremendous amount of collateral damage. And given the slight slope of this, as long as larger rocks are cleared out of the way, it should freely rotate down to the water flow. It's hard to tell if it would be enough to dam it, given that Oscar doesn't actually know how deep the water is, but it is more than wide enough to block it.
Which should give us 5 degrees of rotation, and assuming the path is clear, gravity should do the rest for us. Okay, I think I've got it. Rodlin, I should be able to make your plan work. I can't guarantee anything, of course. Physics is just as fickle a mistress as magic in its own way, but if we want to block this river and divert it back down their tunnels, this is our best shot.
Excellent then. Excellent then. And now we are ready. Also, considering it's just gathering up armfuls, have they gathered the magnetite ore by now?
They've gathered a little bit of it. They have I don't actually have a volumetric weight for it. They have like a small basket's worth. Though that also contains some junk stone that it was part of.
I mean, we know where here is. Even if we flood this place, we can always come back. Once it's clear, of course.
Well, that's the other thing. Given the yield on these explosives and the lack of fuse, at least as far as I know, that Oscar has, this isn't something he'd viably be able to set up in the moment.
No, yeah, it's gonna take time.
Oh, I thought you did have a fuse.
I don't know if he has that much fuse.
No, I have some. I do not have nearly enough to get us a safe distance away from an explosion this big.
The overpressure wave might not kill you, but Oscar will probably wish it did. But yeah, this place isn't going anywhere, and each of you were able to kind of hold your breath independently, and there's no real background sound. There isn't even the faraway chittering of fearful Skaven. For the moment, this place is cleared.
Excellent.
And now begins the arduous trek to the surface.
Yes.
Let's take our first break.
Yeah.
I don't like the fact he said first break.
Right. Well, I mean, it's 8, so.
We sometimes take 1 to 2.
That's fair.
Sounds good. I think I'll go and put the kettle on. Back in a couple minutes.
Yay, tea.
You know, if I had enough tips, I could commission a song for us for these little breaks.
What?
No,
I was gonna say,
I'd commission something actually good.
what you don't want to hear what is it? What's the name of it? The kitchen song. That's around cooks tonight. Because I wrote that. It's such a stupid little thing. Yeah. Song would be good.
Song would be awesome.
I mean, I'm sure eventually we'll. You know.
I'm sure we'll each have our own theme song.
Well, we do have a bard in the party, so.
Right. Was that gonna be whenever we get larger amounts of downtime? It's gonna be Thess. In addition to the many cookworks of Thess, will she be?
Oh yes. I already have one.
Oh.
There's already one ready to go. The moment we have some downtime.
Very cool. Very cool.
Actually, there's 2 ready to go. There's 2 ready to go, technically speaking, but one of them's just a silly little pair. Both of them are basically parodies, but I mean, I posted them in.
There's nothing wrong with parodies.
Nope, that's what a lot of what I do, actually.
Are you dropping a Thess EP?
No. I doubt I am that good of a singer. I am.
Okay, I know. I don't know if it perfectly matches Thess's vibe, but all this discussion of, theme songs and little videos and such made me immediately, because Thess was the subject of conversation. I immediately pictured Thess doing a little dance to Bone Trouncil in like a two image GIF.
I mean,
it
could be a thing. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be a thing. I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot we could do with stupid little 2-frame GIF animations.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, although pardon me real quick, I also gonna grab a quick snack myself.
Ooh, I should grab more fluids. More drink. On today's selection of Liquid Death, we have Blueberry Buzzsaw.
Blueberry Buzzsaw.
Yes.
Dare I ask?
Flavored tea with agave and vitamins.
Okay, fair.
Ooh.
Yes, hello, I'm back. Anyone else
Welcome
about?
back.
Ah, hello.
Never really left. Oh.
I hope they themed their stuff and not their staff after death, because if I'm getting a bottle of sparkling water from the fourth horseman of the apocalypse, I'm gonna look over and be like, I don't know if I should drink that.
I mean, their slogan is "Murder Your Thirst."
It's really weird because it's literally just sparkling water, but it's made to look like those really edgy, over the top energy drink cans.
Yeah, yeah.
I have no idea why.
Well, there's a reason actually. The design of the cans notwithstanding, the reason why they use cans is because aluminum is recyclable and plastic is not. And so they don't use plastic and they don't use glass because apparently glass can be difficult to deal with as well. So aluminum apparently was the best and most environmentally friendly choice. So they, yeah.
What? But they put the recycling symbol on cans. Do you mean that they would lie like that?
No, that's the point, that the cans are recyclable. Like that is the reason why they use cans instead of bottles.
Well, no agave sweetener for me.
Sweeteners in general are usually not great, but it's been a rough day, so.
Well, it's supposed to be a good alternative for diabetics, but I'm allergic to it.
Ah.
Found that out the hard way drinking tequila years ago. Ejected just as fast as it went in.
It doesn't spike your blood sugar the same way straight glucose does, but it still isn't great for diabetics.
No. But like I said, allergies. Agave and pectin are my food allergies.
Fortunately, to my knowledge, I've never discovered an allergy that I have.
As far as I know, I have one. I am allergic to ant bites.
To what?
Ant bites.
Ew.
Yeah.
Bug venom.
Not just any bug venom, very specifically ants. Bee stings do nothing. Like I don't generate a response to them. Flea bites, I have, everybody has a response to those. But like very specifically ant bites hurt like hell. Like it's not just a, oh hey, that's a small bite. It's absolutely agonizingly painful.
So formic acid is your bane.
Specifically, yes. I have been bit by a couple of ants in my time, and it hurts. Of all the injuries I've ever had, it's probably one of the most painful.
Sorry, I would have been back a little bit sooner, but the cat was very loudly reminding me that he hadn't been fed dinner yet.
And cats tend to do that.
Well, or pretend they haven't been fed in the hopes of getting fed again.
That's true.
Oh, they do that.
The cat understands.
You know, he has a very specific trill. If he doesn't say it in that voice, I don't feed him. And if he tries to do it after it's been fed, it's just like, you have dry kibble. You will be fine. Don't eat your brother's food. Stop it.
But Dad.
But Dad.
Yeah, basically anything related to apples, I have to have it cooked. I can't eat it raw.
Apples.
Apples are a pectin fruit.
I simply said, buy some apples.
Yeah.
Put it back in the box.
It all stems from when I used to overindulge in apples as a after-school snack.
Haha, stems. Nicely done.
He's getting to the real core of the matter.
Yep.
No, he has to figure out where his issues are stemming from.
Already used stem.
Already covered stem.
Look, I am aware that these jokes are appealing, but we really need to get back on topic.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, Roland was trying to check and seed the area with magic.
Yes.
I don't think he's back from break yet.
Mother.
Rodolin is doing a Rodolin.
That's fine. I'm literally just being annoyed. But the group of you are heading back up to the surface. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're stripping this place to the walls and heading to the surface.
I need a strength and either no. I need a strength, toughness, and agility check from everyone.
Oh,
Nat 100 is not an automatic failure.
Okay.
This is more to determine how long it takes you all to get back to the surface.
And they're walking.
No.
Well, at least I'm consistent.
See, that's was it strength, toughness, and
Agility.
Agility. Okay, that is a barrel success on the strength. That is a 93 on the agility. And a 73 on the last one. So I'm really good starting off, but I don't last long.
I fail all by 4 degrees.
That is strength under by a single point, so that's a pass. Toughness, fail, and agility pass by 3 degrees. So 2 out of 3, one of which was a very high level success.
Yeah, that's gonna help counter out the negative. You roll for the groups you're pulling back. So before I go crazy with dice, the plan was to have the former Skaven dig rats to collect things for a couple of hours and then just head back to, or was it to have them? Yeah, collect for a couple of hours and then move to catch up, or collect for a couple of minutes and then leave with.
I don't know.
Leave with. Final Sight says Booty Call Demon 2 Electric Boogaloo.
No.
Moon, you owe another enemy.
No. I would like to get out of this dungeon.
I agree.
Soon, very soon, they will be learning of that. I will add it to the cork board.
For those who don't know, Moon's been keeping a list of all the things he owes you. I'm scared.
I also have your fate board pen to it.
I should also note that sufficient tips will result in you being allowed to name the enemy.
Strength passed. Toughness passed with a crit.
God damn.
And then agility whiffed bad.
Okay, that actually makes sense.
Give me one moment, guys. Hello?
Hello?
My lizard has fallen asleep.
Doesn't he always when he uses you as a hot rock?
He loves it.
Okay, what's the heads up?
Found out roommate's kid has low blood pressure.
Okay, so
Yes.
the the good news is that Nero passes 2 of the 3 checks as well. The bad news is that the guard nat 100 one of the agility checks. So as you're all going, there's just the simple sound of whoa. Oh, my leg!
Okay. That sounds good. Thank you for giving me a heads up.
I do believe that Dr. Thess is busy.
Okay, nope, it's not broken. Oh, but it's gonna be purple.
The guard?
The guard, of course.
Right.
I live.
Well, hopefully
I will.
You know what? No, the guard has a singular fate point. I'm not going to let the guard be the reason that you all get slowed down if he can help it. He has pride as a Bretonian.
Good.
Yeah.
There really isn't much to say about
And that's a 20.
failing.
That's much better.
Okay, so 2 passes on agility and Niaro fails but doesn't crit fail. Okay, the NPCs are not slowing you down too badly.
Is there checks required from everyone else that I missed?
Yes.
I mean, people don't like you don't
Strength, agility, toughness.
don't call me unless there's something serious going down. So
Nat 100 is not a fail, but this is to determine how long it takes for the group to return to the surface.
I will take care
I'll use my other. Ooh, that's actually a success.
Oh, okay. What, on strength?
Yes.
I was going to say, good. Strength's the only one you're going to be able to really use it on, as you said those last for an hour, right?
Yes.
Thank you for
Okay, yeah.
everyone. Moon, you owe 2 more enemies.
Well done, furry one.
Right when we need. Surprise! Surprise! It's rats! Surprise. Like,
Bye.
Now it's time for the old man to roll toughness.
six.
Ooh. 6?
06.
Wow, Rodlin is spry for his age.
Mm-hmm.
You are moving with the power of the blue wizards. The air be crackling around you.
And now for his agility test.
I will use a. I don't want to slow people down. I'll use a fate.
Okay,
I
well,
don't want to use a group fate.
you have to. Rule state we have to use the group points first.
I would say the only caveat to that would be his Amul fate points, because those literally disappear after an hour. So those are actually the ones that disappear the fastest. But I'm gonna say that's only for you specifically. If you give them to someone else, it's still audio fate point first, then a move, then their own fate points.
That's fair. Don't want to slow people down when we're trying to do something. I'll grab just the one. See if I can make some. All right. And then an 85. Come on. Let's get ready to go. That's 94. So that's a little
On what?
on agility. Agility. He's got great strength, 6 toughness, 90 or 85 to rerolled to a 94 on agility.
All right. Well, on the upside, he doesn't slip, fall, and injure himself. On the downside, that's because he's making damn sure that he doesn't slip, fall, and injure himself.
Mm-hmm.
Who had gotten the worst strength roll? I remember toughness.
I failed all of them by 4.
Oh, I need 3 for Mori as well.
Oh.
I rolled for the pack of Skaven.
Oh, Lucia's
Surprisingly, they weren't. Even if she's riding on him, this is still for this is just general fatigue and endurance levels to get back to the surface, because you all trekked a fair bit of a ways underground.
Okay, so Maury passed the agility roll.
That's hilarious.
He failed the other 2 by multiple degrees.
That's even funnier.
That is one nimble, tired bear.
Makes sense. He is carrying you, more or less.
Maury, it's okay. Keep walking. We get the house. We have bat. We have fried food.
Ronald, how many degrees of failure is that on the agility?
A lot.
It's okay. I'm
like
curious.
it's
6
okay,
or 7.
By the way, Pony Chick, we're gonna give Maury Lucia's gonna relent to give Maury cheese. She doesn't care how it smells.
And there's still bathtub vodka.
Only back at the house. I don't think that Lucia described that she is out of
Yep.
her.
I'm out. There is more at the house.
Okay. Well,
There. Let me roll physical brace.
that is, I believe, 6 degrees of failure.
Okay. So 6, 4, 4, and 4. All right. So between all of the supplies, the assorted injuries, getting turned around a couple of times as the sewer system is almost completely identical,
Really hope that
it would take you all roughly 10 hours to get back up while carrying everything and getting everyone moving all together. It's only a few hours longer than it took to get down. However, the way back up, there are sounds of things moving in the darkness, creeping towards you, creeping around in general, but the heavy coating of Skaven blood on most of you the smell or the faint smell of warped stone on a few, as well as the air of bloodlust still hanging off of Lucia and Mori, is enough to ensure that most of the stray animals, at least, give you all a wide berth. And while there are a couple of stray Skaven that cross your path, the second most of them notice that you're carrying multiple clan rat tails, they just turn and run. There's zero attempt to fight, zero attempt to make a deal. They are lone or packs of 2 or 3 with sharpened sticks and a poop knife. There is not a chance in hell they could take down. They might be able to take down one of the slaves if they jump them, but for the most part, the path back to the surface is interrupted. The real enemy that you have to face is a constant stream of fatigue and exhaustion.
That's it, vermin. Keep moving. We've killed enough of you today.
Hey, 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 they helped us. You don't get to call them vermin anymore.
Proper terms for proper usage.
Please stabilize. Please stabilize. Please, please. We're
Gonna
good.
sound like
We're good.
Ah.
It just went. No. Come on. Give me green bars.
to the audience. I'm sure we sound like auto-tune.
Actually, we sound perfectly fine. It's the
Killed enough of you today.
it's the image that's the problem.
Ah, that makes sense.
Okay, I think we stabilized.
Twitch over here running on Skaven tech.
No, there's a what's it called? The company that runs Facebook is trying to set up a data center, and it's not going well.
Christ, how horrifying.
Who's telling me? Anyway, we're good.
Can't speak for anyone else, but the stream on my end is getting audio, but it's a black screen.
It is no longer a black screen on my end, so I don't know what's going on in yours. Checking my phone and computer.
Try it
Yeah,
on the
everything
replay.
looks fine.
Remember, there is a
Yeah,
delay
but
to
again.
prevent stream sniping.
Hey, 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 no. Badlands Zombie. Stream sniping is for the weak.
I know that. Just some people do still try to use it to cheat their ass off.
Uh-huh.
I'm seeing things go fine.
Anyway, we're good. Whatever you want to keep going on.
We're good. We're stable.
We're stable. The stabilization horse has come up and hooked itself up. We have built a barn. Now we must raise it.
Is this where we all chant and make grunting noises for pulling on rope?
No, but I know I just unlocked core trauma for Moon.
So actually, about that,
Oh.
after about 4.5 hours of meandering, you would eventually see the awe-inspiring sight of the stairs that ascend back up to the surface. However, wheelbarrows.
Wheelbarrows.
It seems like
I mean,
today
I
is a
thought that
leg day.
I mean, I thought that's what you were carrying the supplies and shit back in.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because otherwise I don't know how we would have.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Well, that is.
Alright, apparently I have to step away now.
Well, exercise is good for one. But it's gonna take a look and see how. Okay, time for a figure. Can we actually get these shits up the fucking stairs? Are we gonna? How would we? Because I know we're all fucking exhausted. There's like a lot of us. Let's see. Suppose this isn't D&D and we don't have levels of exhaustion.
I've been muted this entire fucking time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the perfect end to a great day. No, here's what we do. We we are exhausted. We are tired. There's two ways to do this. We can basically tie everything to a big flat surface, tie a rope to the big flat surface, and basically pull it up the stairs. We can empty the wheelbarrows and move the wheelbarrow upstairs, and then move the stuff up the stairs back into the wheelbarrow. Or we can send someone upstairs to pay people to come down and help us bring our shit up. The three quickest solutions that I can think of.
Well,
You can always find those gentlemen who helped us before.
Yes, they were willing to help us again.
indeed.
Very true.
That's certainly sounds wise.
However, I think
I'd say
certain
that would
people are
probably be.
nice.
Rodolin first.
Yeah, please.
I'd say, given our state of exhaustion and the value of the materials here, even if most of the materials are hardy, I'd rather not have them be dropped. I'd say we play it safe and find our way up and find ourselves some help.
I would tend to agree.
I'm in complete agreement, but suffice to say, I think certain members of the group need to prioritize getting back and resting above all else at the moment.
I am fine to work. It's not like I'm barely standing and, you know what, never mind. There's enough blood on me that it could be described as we're not sure whose is whose.
I'm going to take Lucia back to the house. I'm sure I'll see if I can round up those gentlemen who helped us before on the way there, but I think Lucia needs to get back to the house straight away.
Oh, you concentrate on Lucia. I'll make sure to find someone.
I think
Anytime.
me and Lady Thess can handle finding the gentleman and helping get this equipment out.
Doesn't take two people to do that task.
Well, I
Oh,
suppose.
so-
Well, if you're quite sure, although I must admit I am also, despite my own injuries, not quite in a shirking. I'm not quite yet of a shirking constitution.
No, and we'll need to keep an eye on the things that are here in case some things decide to go. Some things decide to take advantage of unguarded supplies.
Indeed. In fact, perhaps I'll give my flesh some rest while my spirit keeps a good, more in-depth watch.
if you think it's wise,
I think it would be prudent. Besides, I'd rather this high up. There shouldn't. I doubt any spiritual threats that have from that far deep would wander up here. As long as I stay enough that I can close enough by that I can hop inside my body at within a few moments.
I understand all the words you're saying, but I don't think I will ever understand the experiences you're describing.
No. No, you won't, but that's okay.
I can't say I envy either of you your power, but since we have a plan, let's
Sorry.
get it
It's all
done.
good.
Yeah, no worries.
Yep.
While you were away, we devised a plan.
Yeah.
Involve ropes and pulleys.
No, but I will finally catch those meddling I'm kidding.
Tell me of this plan. I am excited.
Rodlin's going to go to spirit mode and keep a wandering while his body rests. Keep a wandering eye. Make sure nothing decides that hey, there's a lot less people now. We can jump them.
All right, Rattlin gets zooted and goes to space. What's the rest of the group doing?
Oscar and Lucia are headed back to the townhome.
Okay, that's smart. She is really wounded and definitely should get to resting.
Correct. And that leaves myself and Andre. And really, leaving one person, even if we have Niaro and the rats, leaving one person here to guard the stuff is probably a mistake. So one of us is probably going to go topside to find our previous group of friends and throw them a little bit of money to come down here and help us get the rest of our shit back to the house.
The bucket brigade beginneth again.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much exactly it.
Well, the rats will begin bucket brigading stuff from the bottom of the stairs to the top of the stairs as when they catch wind of no man thing must hide.
Okay.
Only Yara kind of remains out. Vibing.
Yeah.
I don't think we should let Niaro or any of the others be seen by anyone on the surface. We don't have time for that conversation.
Oh well.
Agreed.
Only if it's all of us here to have that conversation. If we don't need all of us here, then conversation can take as long as it takes. But in this case, right now, no. Our main plan is to get things up top. Our main need.
Well, they would after like 10 minutes of them moving things from bottom of the stairs to top of the stairs, Niaro would come to Oscar since the Miss Thess is nice but scares Niaro.
Yeah, been trying to work on that a little bit.
This is nice, but scares Niaro.
Niaro respect
There is the genetic fear that, much like the genetic homicidal and genocidal tendencies that Thess has, are very difficult to fight.
Niaro like man Oscar. Him have brain like Squire Rat, but him have personality of not Squire Rat.
I will opt to take both of those as a compliment. What kind?
He nods emphatically. Oh, Niaro, talking mouthpiece for other digrats. Digrats in moving stone up from bottom of stairs to top of stairs say this area down here very good, nice. They happy fine stay in this area. Few of them spot the small tunnel hole off to the side. Want to know if they can hole dig over in there.
You do need somewhere to stay that's away from the rest of your kin, at least until we resolve your little religious schism, let's call it that. Okay. You and your people do whatever you need to do. Make yourselves comfortable here, but whatever you do, try to keep away from any other humans unless you see them with any of us. And whatever you do, if you are forced to confront a human, do not kill. If I find out that you or any of your fellow digrats spill human blood without express understanding and permission, Sigmar does not look kindly on murder. Do you understand me?
Niaro's face tenses into a hard line. He nods. Niaro's not spill man blood. Niaro not let digrats get harmed. Niaro claps a hand onto his shield. Niaro will be a wall between man things and the digrats. We'll defend them with life if need be.
Hopefully it won't come to that. Just make yourselves comfortable down here and wait for us to return and do whatever you need to keep yourselves safe, but just try to avoid letting anyone know you're here, okay?
Oh, can Niaro punch in the Oh, it not translate. He proceeds to point between Oscar's legs. Can Niaro low blow between the
Yes, that is fine. Yes, that's fine, Niaro. Just
not kill. Yeah, that makes sense.
as long as
not kill, Niaro stun.
Stunning is fine. If any of the rat catchers find you and you have to incapacitate them long enough to run away, that is acceptable. My only rule is that you kill no human beings.
Niaro starts boxing.
Can you imagine being a rat catcher and then a Skaven just hauls off and punches you in the nuts and runs?
No one will believe you.
Skaven, hold on. They call that Skaven cock knocker.
Niaro just starts boggling in enjoyment. Just like, yes, I'm going to punch them with a.
That could be a good work name, cock knocker.
Cock knocker.
I mean, it's a Bill and Silent Bob joke, but yeah, or not Bill.
Oh,
what's
Dead Bob?
No, Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah, but that's how someone becomes an honorary orc.
Yeah,
And
that's
that bad guy was cockmonger.
You want to see why it's kind of a really funny story? You want to see why they called me that? And then he proceeds to hit one of the main characters in the Nethers. Avenge me! Thump.
Hey, he punched him in the nods.
Definitely.
That was a fun movie.
It was.
Anyway,
But yeah, it takes about another half an hour to finish moving things from bottom of the stairs to top of the stairs in bucket brigade format. And give the Skavens and give the big rats enough time to go hide in the side room.
yeah.
But Lucia is safely remitted to the manor. The porters are hired again and are extremely glad to have the service or to have the work and just be out of the weird tenseness of the air. Damn, one of the Skaven has managed to pick up the a single word for Reichspiel. Granted, they wave, and all they manage to get out is just here, or no. They would, as Lucia and Oscar, or sorry, as Thesserau and Andre and Rodolin all begin to leave, they would just wave to them farewell and say, "Put that here!"
Ah, he learned an expression.
Yes. They will probably learn many, many more.
And I can understand the regular humans wanting to get out from the strange tenseness in the air because I just can't help but feel the sounds of
But with that, you'd be able to safely make it back to the manor. Night has long since fallen. But the manor stands. The butler waits with warm beverages for all who enter the threshold.
Hey, home. Normally I'd run a hot bath myself, but I really need one.
Yes, I had prepared one for Lady Lucia, or I had attempted to prepare one for Lady Lucia when she came home, but just went straight to bed.
Yeah, that follows.
I summoned blankets.
Much better.
You would like a bath will be prepared.
Thank you. Hot. Very
Regarding...
hot. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I was going to say that when Oscar came back with Lucia, he was definitely going to speak to her a bit as he helps her to her chambers and just helps her get ready. And she says, "Lucia, now we're away from the others. Are you all right?"
I have not felt cold since I was 5. And when I passed out, I heard a voice. Only 3 people called me that name before. I think I will be alright. I need rest and then probably food. She seems like she's kind of a little listless.
Yeah. Oscar is just going to wrap one arm around her as he guides her in and just says, "I'm sure Thess will be sorting out food when they arrive with the supplies, but I think rest is a good idea. Of course, Now's not really the time, but you did ask me to.
Yes, you have time to decide.
I think that decision has already been made, Lucia, because when we were down there, when I saw you fall, I felt a pain in my chest that I never could have imagined until it happened. And I never want to feel that pain again. And if that means I dedicate my life to yours, then the decision is made. I will be your shield, Maiden of Kislev, if you will have me.
That literal translation is shield husband, but yes. I only asked because you were first man I had respect for. Andre makes second. Rodelin's still on fence about.
Our dear old wizard is an enigma, isn't he?
He might be Enigma, but he is wizard. You have to be cautious around wizards. She looks at herself, me included. Then she smiles at a thought. I suppose in a weird way that makes Thess chronologer, which means we have to take Thess to Cold Place.
Oh, we'll need to find a way to keep her warmer, definitely.
Never thought I would care this much about lizard men.
I never thought I'd meet a Lustrian. Although, to be fair, I wasn't expecting much. This month has been unique in my life. I've experienced things I never thought I'd see.
She sits forward, eyes blinking a few times. Okay, that's different. I think I need to sleep now.
You should. Although, forgive if this is impertinent, but if I can stay with you if you wish.
No, it would be improper until everything is explained and you swear oath.
I understand. I'll leave you to it then. Call for me or the butler if you need anything. I'll probably go and sort this out. And he sort of, his fingers trace the bullet holes in his leather jack.
By the time he looks back, she passed out. Moon's been writing me messages this whole time.
Fantastic.
Keep
Oscar just adjusts. Oscar adjusts the blankets over Lucia, runs a companionable hand over her forehead, and feels perhaps a little embarrassed even at that level of physical contact, and then quietly leaves the room and shuts the door.
Frosty, the ice witch. She came all the way from Kislev. And it turns out she met a bunch of fools who decided to fight the rats.
I will not let you spoil this moment, head voice. Shut the fuck up.
Head voice. Bap.
Well, I guess I better get ready for the others to arrive.
Lucia is going to wake up in a whole world of random pain.
Diarrhea?
No.
Oh.
Why was that your go-to?
He's had some experiences. Moving on to everyone else.
Well, my plan is very straightforward. Get ourselves to town. Get ourselves back home. Very first thing
You're back
after
home.
very first thing after unloading everything. Uh, hot bath.
Also, it is technically the next day, as you would get back home after dark.
I would. Me and Thess have the pretty straightforward plan of getting the laymen to help us move everything to the surface.
Yes, done. That is
Oh,
effectively done.
hmm.
Mm.
Then I'm gonna probably surprise inspect Sage to see how combat ready he is and how well he was holding down the house.
Oh God. You, you, so you go and pop in on Sage in the middle of the night. Let me see if he's even awake. Nope, not 1D note card. Oh no, he was sound asleep. So you make your way into Sage's quarters, and while he does have a long or some kind of an arming sword across his waist, he's fallen asleep with the hand loosely on the hilt, or the hand loosely on the handle.
You know, I don't trust Sage to be accountable for himself right now, so I'm gonna ask the butler. I'll summon him because we could just summon him, right? Like,
Master Moore here. It is good to see you alive and well, and sufficiently lacking in holes of the bullet variety.
yes, surprisingly, the lady has blessed me. How did young Sage fare when put in charge of protection of the home? And how is our guest? Referring to the noble woman.
Okay. The butler stops for a moment and then beams with an Okay, those dice just no, so close. Those blah, blah, blah. The butler beams with an uncharacteristic level of enthusiasm. We are going to take one. Put you over there. Take one. Put you in there. Squire Sage was actually surprisingly robust today. I had attempted to assist him in some of the footwork, as I'm admittedly a little sloppy when it comes to my sword play, though the footwork drills I still remember well enough. There was a point where the manor had attracted the attention of a few local brigands who thought that it would be a good place to set up shop as some kind of a thievery den of such. They'd started to roll out strange contraptions, and as I was attempting to rouse the house guest in order to get her to pull her weight, it was Sage who actually sprang into action and was responsible for leaping in blade first. It took me a little bit to get rid of the bloodstains on the walls, but the bandits had been repelled. The artifacts of the home all intact.
Well, Sage has been pleasantly surprising.
Yes, he seems to have tuckered himself out after all of the expenditure of energy. The rolls in this order were 22, 7, 79.
Oh, nice.
The house guest, on the other hand, has been confined to her room, save for a couple of instances out in order to. I have found that she can be fed normal foods as long as they have been supplemented with a very, very minor amount of blood, and it doesn't even have to be human blood.
Hmm.
I had some
Well,
pig blood I was saving to make pudding later, but
well, I do suppose that's well enough for now. Oh, thank you. You are always a great help.
I aim to serve, you lord.
Um, I'll wait till Thess is done with her bath to inform her that Sage repelled robbers. I
Oh.
feel like that's compelling enough information to tell her.
Oh, it almost certainly is. Yeah, she's in the hot soak for quite a while. Probably falls asleep in there.
Fair enough.
As soon as
Butler comes in
Rodlin
and
gets
checks for signs of life a few times, just poking her with a
Oh,
stick.
she'll wake up very groggily, very warm, very comfortable. But
Return to
just
sleep, Mistress Thess.
okay.
You were saying, Rodolin? Sorry.
for Rodlin's part when he gets home, he's one before heading straight to sleep. He's going to make sure anything magically active that we have recovered is either any of the books. I think we've got a couple of books. Are quickly put in the stack that he can sort in the morning, and the warp stone he has. Or the warp stone that the party brought back to be used as a bomb later is going to be stored in the room where magic cannot, or the magic dampening room. The winds cannot enter.
Oh, that has a very interesting effect. So, are you bringing it all in there at once, or just one piece at a time?
However is most reasonable, probably in a few large groups.
Okay, yeah, that makes the most sense. So, as he makes his way in there with the first large basket full, I need a very hard willpower roll.
Three. Three on the willpower roll.
Hmm.
Okay. Yep. Even with the bonus that it gets, Jesus Christ, that's fantastic. So as you proceed to take them, the first basket full into the room, the energies start to leap and act erratically, as if they are changing slightly in this room.
Somehow, someone did.
There's a lashing bit of energy that seems to arc past your head, Rodolin. Your body reacts before you're even aware of what's happening. One of the pieces of stone, as it's set down, hops up like a jumping bean, to which, with a squint, the stone is forced back down.
Yeah.
I see.
It seems. But yes, there are a couple more instances of the chunks of warp stone being unruly and slightly mischievous as they're pulled in from point A to point B. but they never give they are unable to give Rodolin more than a very minute amount of really only minor trouble. Like a
He just
small
glares at them
child with a Nerf. Yeah, like a small child with a Nerf gun levels of trouble.
He gives them a very grumpy grandfatherly stare and an application of will to make them cooperate.
Yeah, it was an opposed roll of 61. Yep, so as Rodolin is just busy over here overriding the willpower of multiple chunks of warpstone, the butler just kind of stands on in horror from a distance, really unable to say or do anything other than gawk like a rube. Eventually flitting down the hall, knocking on the vampire or on the Dampier's door, and just, I have to tell you some of the most interesting things I have just seen. May I come in? I need to.
I imagine at one point you probably see Rod, like one of them is being a little rowdy, and Rodolin just bonks it with his stick.
It pops out of the basket, tries to roll away, seemingly avoiding the stairs. Yeah, just stick, bonk, and it flattens down. With a quarter.
He scoops it up with a cloth barrier and tosses it back in its little basket.
He would find going over to scoop it up with the cloth. It's not even needed as just the mental thought of, I need to put this back in the basket. It just begins to float back over.
Good. Finally learning your lesson, little shits.
Damn.
Damn it.
Damn.
The baskets all kind of collectively shiver a little.
He gives a quiet and stares at them a little bit. Once it's done, he starts walking away.
I was gonna say. I was gonna say, even though Rodolin may not be one of the most powerful wizards, it's still very uncomfortable being in this room for long periods of time.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, the only bit of wind coming in is from the open door, and even then, it's like trying to breathe through a straw.
Rodolin does not like being in this room, so he intends to spend less time here. So you know what that means.
But yes, putting the stone
Don't
in
make
here.
Me come back.
There is almost an emotional resonance from them, as if to say, "Yes, wizard, sir."
Good.
I hate warpstone so much.
Though, does Rodolin have intimidate?
Oh, I think it was something I was planning on taking very shortly. I got out with a massive dump of XP we got just before this session.
I was gonna say, please give me an intimidate roll. I know that it is base strength, but I would like you to substitute out either your intelligence or willpower for this, whichever is higher.
That will be.
Wait,
that would
is
be
willpower the casting stat, or is intelligence the casting stat? I can never remember. Okay, yeah. So about your willpower, then, not your int. Thank you, Pete.
Good. Does it cost? Is this cost? No. Oh, very slightly. Yeah, I'll call that 43. So yeah, that's a success.
Right. Yeah, there's definitely a sense that while the stone has no real intention of behaving, it doesn't really want to see what you're capable of doing.
Hmm.
They also desperately want out of this room.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I
everyone.
wonder how the stones. I wonder how the stones would like an ale bath.
It's warpstone. They'd probably have a kick out of it.
It would strengthen their connection to the amber.
True.
Well, as long as you handed them an amber ale, if you handed them something dark and full-bodied, there's always a chance it might strengthen them towards the dark. Nah, it wouldn't be dar, it would be necromancy.
Hmm.
As beer that good will raise the dead. I'm sorry, I'll stop. No, so those of you who are endeavoring to sleep,
No.
oh no, I was just going to say those of you who are attempting or intending to sleep would find the beds a welcome and inviting, and almost as though they had been prepped for tired bodies to come crashing down in them. Clean sheets all rolled back, fluffy pillows.
Aw. Someone missed us.
The butler's been alone for a really long time.
Happy to have people.
A manor without a master is just a haunted house.
He's not wrong.
You know, he's got me there.
Broadlin is going to find a nice book and probably get about a page and a half through it before he passes out.
See, spot, run. Run, spot.
You're right.
But yes, night fades, night bleeds into morning as morning gives way to the afternoon. The bulk of you would be up, I would assume, sometime between the morning and the afternoon spell, though sleep would remain for those of you who wish to take advantage of it, the butler not attempting to rouse anyone prior to noon.
I will eventually work my way back to my room and go to sleep in my bed.
Oh yeah, no. Thus, you would at some point in time find yourself after the skin around the skin, or essentially once the water begins to cool, you would find yourself waking up at one point in the time just in the bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I'd probably be last to go to sleep and first to wake up.
This time.
Time for Cletus's power breakfast.
Is it more ale?
all right.
Well, the main feature is a pale ale, some cheese, and some bread.
No meat, no bacon.
Your poops must be very hard.
Oh, bacon? Well, only when the tavern keeper actually cooks some.
That's a good point. Good point. Oh, it's been a fair few harvests. I'm sure there's still a little bit of that boar. I'm sure there's still a little bit of that salted boar in stock.
Oh,
It's been a bit of time, but they were big.
Delicious.
Let me just get a a D100 roll from all of you.
Okay.
Just post it in the chat, so I'm not trying to.
Is this for anything in like any stat in particular?
No, this is raw. This is essentially just luck of the draw for who is able to wake up first. You don't necessarily have to. It's kind of like a white elephant. You can opt. Let's say that Rodolin grabbed first, and he's like, Rodolin's gonna sleep in a bit. It could be passed off to whoever's second highest.
4.
Does Lucia want to wake up first?
I don't know.
Or
Does
does
anybody
she want-
roll below 4?
No.
I mean, it's what you want, not what we rolled.
Okay. Yes.
You get the first opportunity.
Yes, Lucia would like to wake up first because she's gonna have slept the longest, and there just comes a certain point where like you can stay in bed, you're not sleeping anymore.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Rodolin, did you say 1 or
16.
Oh, okay. Alright, but yeah, Lucia, you find yourself fairly refreshed. If I remember correctly, after you spent the fate point, you wound up at 4 or 5 wounds total.
I mean, when Lucia passed out, she was all the way up to 10.
Okay, yeah, so you'd be able to recover on the lightly wounded track.
Which would bring her up by toughness bonus per day, which is 4.
She still has 1 level of exhaustion. That's not going to go away until her HP is magical healing won't count for this. It's gotta be just natural rest and recuperation. I mean, a healing drop would help, but it's not going to help recover for the time. It's still going to be starting from 10. However long it would take her to get back to full is when the level of fatigue will be gone.
Lucia gets up.
That said, that seems to be really the only permanent lasting injury from this.
Mm-hmm. Lucia gets up, stretches, has a look around, and starts having ideas. She's going to go to the kitchen and start trying to cook.
Maury follows her down, very eager that Mama's awake and alive and conscious, and oh hey, she's moving. Oh hey, she's moving fast. Okay, let's go. Come on, let's go.
Maury,
What's she doing? Nuzzle.
I'm making borscht. You seem to be really wanting it, so I'm making it and
the first portion of
and balaclavas.
He nuzzles against Lucia a couple of times, mutters out once, happy you awake.
Blink, 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 blink. Am I dreaming or are you talking?
We still talk.
Oh. This is not a dream. Okay, well, I guess I didn't dream any of that.
Your borscht good.
Pat, pat, pat. Let's hope everyone else thinks so. Now, back up before you get bare-haired and borscht.
Oh, sorry, Mom. And Maury would waddle off to the side and sit down like a dog. I mean, a good bear.
Like a guard, I mean good. No, we heard what you said.
Like a good dog. Hey, Maury, what are you doing? Making sure she doesn't get hurt again.
The smell of food is slowly going to be filling.
Alright, who is next who's next lowest after 4?
Rodolin?
Rodolin 16, I
Yes.
think.
Yes.
Alright,
What
Rodolin.
time was it when he went to
Oh, there. If he was in the sitting room with the books and chairs, there's not a timepiece in there. It would have been some time when it was fairly dark and still crickety out.
I see. He would awake. He would awake just about just just under 9 hours later. Whatever time that is.
I was gonna say that makes sense. So it's about right around 10:30ish at this point.
Then he will get up and he will get up. He will stretch, realize that everything hurts worse the morning after, or remember that everything hurts worse the morning after. And
There's a strange smell of something being cooked wafting in from the kitchen. Doesn't smell like Fess's spices though.
what? Trying something new. Gonna go over and poke his head into the kitchen.
Huh, Lucia lost, Fess lost like a foot of height, and also spontaneously gained hair. No, wait, that's Lucia.
Oh, Rodolin, come in, come in. I've been making breakfast.
Oh, good morning. Oh, I see.
It took me a minute to find the right feeling, but I think this will work wonderfully. And there's like, she pulls out this big, heavy foreign pastry to Rodolin and sets it on the counter. It needs to cool.
Rodolin strokes his beard along, and also catches it as he leans over it, so his beard doesn't flow into the pastry. Now doesn't that look tasty?
Yes, it is what they call. So this is balaclava, and the soup is borscht. It's a little sour, but it does taste nice. And you should put honey on balaclava. It very it like flaky pancake. He's trying to think of a way to describe it in Empire food.
I see. I once got yelled at because I supposed that honey was an acceptable alternative to syrup for pancakes. Suppose this is just more evidence.
Yes, this is definitely honey. No use syrup. Use honey. Honey, great. Out of character. Do not use honey. Please do not use honey. Please do not use honey. Not the food honey. The freaking ad for your browser. I am not sponsored by honey, and I'm glad I'm not sponsored by honey. Those thieving assholes.
Ew, fuck honey.
Back to in character for a vote. Back to in character now.
Wait. Do you mean baklava?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that makes so much more
I'm
sense.
sorry, dyslexia has been hurting me all night.
I was trying. Yeah.
I was like,
I'm cooking ski mask. No.
Yeah.
Oh god, dyslexia. Why?
No, listen. I'm just like, okay. Maybe this is some Russian style dish I have know of. Okay, no, she's definitely not talking about what I
God.
Yes, the ski masks are like a flaky pastry. Sorry. I love you. I'm just fucking dying over here.
I thought baklava was a Greek dessert.
No, it is, and I'm sure there's variation. Oh my god.
Okay, so to clarify, in real life, baklava is a Greek dessert. However, because of the migration of the Orthodox Church and the fact that baklava keeps really, really, really well,
It'll legitimately keep for like 3 months.
It migrated north, and instead of serving it as a dessert, the Eastern Europeans, Russians, and Norse regions serve it as breakfast.
Nice.
What?
Yeah, yeah. So where we serve pancakes, they serve baklava.
Neato.
It's sweet. It has bits of nuts, and it has pastry. It's like a little muesli cake.
Yes, but they serve it as breakfast.
I feel like if I continue to lose my mind about how excited I am at the concept of breakfast baklava, Vital's going to lean over this table and strangle me until I shut up.
Now we have to get Moon a baklava recipe for breakfast.
Oh, I mean, there is one.
I could probably I fucking love baklava. There's a Greek festival that comes through. They just came through actually last weekend. But there's like a Russian or or not Russian. Yeah, man, I fucked up. It's a Greek Orthodoxy in a decent Greek community in my area apparently. But they have a festival every single year, and all of the baklava in the house was just finished up earlier, and it was a very sad moment. It's always a very sad moment.
By the way, Moon, did you notice my note to you in general?
I did not. Sorry, I just keep thinking about how I want some baklava.
Now we need a video of Moon and nothing but a balaclava and loincloth eating baklava.
That's a weird ASMR video.
I'm sure someone out there would pay good money for it, though.
Yes. This is the content we need.
I'm sure I'm someone's kink.
That is a rather
What the
comforting thought,
fuck
is
did
it not?
What would it take for?
Someone somewhere is turned on by exactly you.
How, I don't know, but I will learn to be okay with it.
Say, is it bad that my first thought of that being true in my case was sympathy? I'm sorry. I wish you had better taste.
All right. But yes, you were handed breakfast foods, Rodolin. Also, Maury's off in the corner, just kind of staring at you, panting with his tongue out, seemingly undeterred from the fact that he'd gotten the relative daylight beaten out of him less than 24 hours ago.
Well, Rodlin is going to very happily start munching away. Also, do I heal as well, or is that...
Yes, so, if all of you were above heavily wounded, you will all heal your toughness bonus in wounds.
How does
If
one determine?
Yeah, if you're above 3 HP, it's just a static number.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought it. Yeah, I thought it was 30%, but it is apparently just static 3.
Nice.
Nice.
This is especially hilarious because there's a handful of things that have like 4 or 5 wounds, so they are effectively one sneeze away from perpetually being heavily wounded.
Ouch.
Granted, they have the body mass of a ham sandwich, so what are you expecting? But
The hand sandwich to take a hit.
Oh, that's what the critical wounds chart's for. Andre, you would be the next to wake up about the same time, or a little bit after Rodolin. The smell of borscht and baklava making its way up and around the house.
Smells like Lady Fest got up early and has prepared us food. and I'll go down and enter the kitchen. I am surprised to not see Thess.
Oh, what did Thess get for D100 roll?
32,
Isn't that
and I am
exactly what happened?
sleeping in.
Excellent. Okay.
Thess has chosen the path of least resistance.
The chef is taking a day off.
Yep. So Andre, as you make your way down there, unless Thesserau experienced transmogrification overnight, that's not Thesserau.
I look at the wonderfully competent meal, and I'll be like, "Ah, I see you've made Kislevian crepes."
You can see, for just the briefest moment, the flash of resisting the instinct to smash his face in. Before she takes in an inhale and goes, no, but good joke.
There's a very, very, very far away sound of the butler letting out a singular "ha" somewhere in the mansion.
Do I gotta ask? As I'm still probably nearby, chomping on eating some food at the table? Do I feel the air get a little colder?
Little bit. You
Not
also
even, not even...
you also distinctly hear the butler just. "Ha."
Hold on, let me make a willpower test. I rolled a 8. No, I have a deadpan expression. I looked pretty serious when I said that. So I might be dying behind the mic, but Andre delivered that perfectly.
No, it is called baklava, and this is borscht that I made with onions, beef, and a bit of eggs and beets.
Oh, sounds quite lovely. Thank you. I'm surprised to see you up and about so early.
I went to bed and all of you still had to work. I woke up probably because I'd slept for 10 hours.
Or maybe because you ran out of vodka.
The vodka has been out for a while.
I give her a hearty pat on the back. I say, I'm glad to see you're well, Lucia.
That is all of your fault, I assume. I had made the decision to cast that spell and hoped that I would live to regret it. I lived to regret it.
Oh, it's quite impressive. It'll have to be chronicled in your tale.
Morash Smirti is not a spell to be taken jokingly.
Clearly not. It's impressive.
I will have to send a full letter to the conclave in Kislev, in the proper city of Prague, where I am supposed to be receiving orders from, which it's strange that they have not replied. It's been almost 3 weeks.
Are you a noble? No offense. It's hard to play switches on the social order.
What is term? Do you have people who became noble, so to speak?
Well, 'tis very rare, but it happens on occasion. They usually have tales written about them, and they have performed some kind of heroics. The last major one was Lady Rapance.
Ah, alright. So, short explanation is yes, but no. long explanation is in Kislev we don't allow what I believe you call bastard.
I see.
So if you have parent who is alive and breathing and incapable of caring for you, that's fine. But if parent die, then whoever is supposed to be other parent is required by law to take you. And if they don't, it's not hefty fine. It's a stripping of titles and kicking out of house. So that is noble. Yes, he is. What is? I'm trying to find translation. He is Ottoman, and of district in Prague. I believe you would call him Baron.
Baron?
Yes. So Prague has 6 barons and one what you would call duke, what I would call oblast. Yes, oblast. And they well, I am one of his children. I have 3 sisters who are all from the same but different mother. Different mother from me. They're all from the same mother together. But I was brought in because my mother died while defending Prague, and she looks over at Maury. Maury's mother, the only thing that remains of her is his collar, which is why it's big and fluffy.
I think the double person.
He always has mommy with him.
I suppose in a way you do too.
I try. But yes, that is short explanation. I am noble but not. So when my father dies, I will inherit nothing. But he was required to raise me, and now all of 2 of my sisters resent the fact I was chosen to go to the ice court. Because I am what is? Do you have concepts of like people but different tribe? Right. So in Kislev you have 2 tribes. You have what do they call the Gospodar, and the other tribe is the Ungand. Ugnal. And Ungals are the people who live in city, and Gospodar are people who live as roaming nomads. I am born from both, which makes me mutt. And every so often you get an ice witch who is the bond between tribes, which means that you're a mutt. You're expected to both travel and then come back to city and deal with inner city problems that happen between the 2 tribes, so the 2 tribes don't start the civil war.
The closest thing in Bretonia is the difference between the nobles and the peasants.
I imagine here it's like oh right, Oscar would have good reference. It would be like Altdorfian and Sturlander had baby.
Ah.
I never want to go back to Sturland. They served me warm beer.
Truly a tragedy. Was your mother a nice witch like you?
No, she was bear wrestler. I was supposed to grow up and be bear wrestler. Her bear had 4 litters, and Maury was the one she kept for me.
How does one get chosen to be an ice witch? You mentioned that you were chosen amongst your sisters. Is there a set number?
No. So all girls, well, all children really, because they screen boys too. But we don't talk about what happens to boys. Um, all girls are screened, and the ice witches come, and if they find you have any magical ability, and they take you away. That simple. Um, boys are. She looks over at Rodolin. Killed. There is prophecy that if male ice witch ever comes into existence, it will end all of Kislev. And the last time a male ice witch came into existence, we ended up creating Demon Prince.
You know, something similar happens in Bretonia, but all the males are taken by the Fey Enchantress into the woods and aren't seen again.
Hmm.
Perhaps the Empire has the problems it does because they accept male casters. No offense, Rodolin.
I mean, that would be true if it weren't for the fact that the elves also accept them, and the elves are pretty good at it.
There are male elves.
Damn! Bell fucking sneezes himself awake.
Oh! Oh! Damn!
Yes, quite.
Somewhere in the distance,
I rolled a critical failure on a willpower check. Andre is like starting to look worried.
Somewhere.
He's like, oh.
Somewhere in a far off land in the distance, an elf just woke up and went, I know why the dwarves have grudges.
Damn. Now we know a proper title for Andre. Andre Moria, the Shade Knight.
Anyway, I hope our Skaven friends enjoy. And she has like 2 extra trays of food she's made. I figured make lots of food so they eat too.
Very kind of you. I was thinking about getting apples from them from the market. Niaro seemed to enjoy them.
That also seems I can recommend. Perhaps
I
we should
also-
treat them to a nice apple pie.
Garlic. It was garlic, guys.
I did feed Niaro an apple.
True. But man, did he devour a whole bulb of garlic.
That's
Yeah.
very true.
That was a hilarious roll, and he's a silly rat.
They have no sense of taste, so we could easily give them a garlic and apple pie.
Hopefully these Skaven upstairs are the ones are the last ones we see for a while. I need to resume looking for Orc. He is a problem.
You're hunting for an orc?
Well, it's why I lost track of him. I was sent to hunt an orc because he ate a troll.
I see.
The troll was not quite dead.
Oh, I see.
And I wish that the Rodolin, you know Imperial history, yes? You know of Goblin that ate troll.
Yes, I do.
So imagine full-size orc.
I can see why this is a problem.
I have been hunting him since he left the ice floes, and I lost track of him and ended up in caravan ambush with Lady Albert, and she invited me here, and I was like, well, until I get wind of orc again, this is best chance I have.
Well, if it comes to for news of the orc, I might be able to or rather some of my colleagues might be able to help you out.
But I'm gonna save you the trouble of something real quick. His name is Bucktooth Bottomless Gut, and he lives up to it. I found a farm where he ate everything. The horses, the ox, the farmer, the wife, child, cat, and both dogs.
Good, I would have just called him Bango Zango Baba Ganesh or something.
Bango Zango Baba Ganesh. What the fuck, Moon? But yes, that's why I'm actually here. But now I'm kind of stuck here with all of you, and oh boy, that's gonna be fun when Oscar wakes up. She's remembering everything from yesterday now.
Yes, quite. I'm sure you two have a great deal to discuss.
Bum, ba-dum, bum.
Ugh. I asked him to be chef boy, and now he said yes. Was I drunk in the sewer? Don't answer.
Aren't you always drunk?
That's the secret.
Well, I've killed many a green skin. It's well, it's it's a Bretonian pastime. If you should you require our help, and after we deal with the Skaven problem here, I'm sure I'd be willing to lend my lance in your aid.
I'm sure Thess would much rather kill greenskins than Skaven right now, too.
But before the topic shifts away, I should raise raise one suggestion.
Hmm?
If you have yet to catch wind of this foul ore, I am in contact with a group of talented scryers, some dear friends from back home. I might be able to give you. I might be able to ask them to see if they have any could scry some details on him if you believe he'll be here long enough for the letter to return.
I will be here for some time. Until I know where that orc is, I can't exactly leave on Wild Goose Chase, and I feel I have sworn partial oath to all of you to look after all of you, so I will be here to do that as well. Even the
Well.
wretched lizard needs to be looked after.
Well, I'm sure
And now
that
you
part is-
have a personal guardian.
It is out of character. I had to go do a bunch of reading. It is different than just guardian. But yes, personal guardian is it's a good wholesome way to look at it.
a part of its purview.
Yes.
I'm gonna summon the butler if that's okay. If Lord Moon allows.
I mean, yes.
I would like to request a fresh shave from the butler.
The butler appears. Ah, yes, Lord Master Morhire. What can I? Oh, shave and haircut? Absolutely. If you would accompany me to the washroom, I would be happy to give you a proper trim.
Thank you. I finish up the Kislevian crepe and follow the butler.
Hmm.
And as to not hog up too much time, I think I might have to do some of my stuff off screen, but I'm gonna go do noble talking. That's hence the getting ready.
Well, as you're getting ready, there would be Sage, who had been out and about doing morning duties, and since Thess is opting to skip and sleep in, Sage would come wandering back in and just stare at the group for a moment, flipping through things. Okay, yes, it did. Lucia, it took me a minute to try and figure out or Miss Lucia, it took me a minute to try and figure out if this was yours, but I recognized a couple of the squiggle characters in this as he's holding the thing at like a 45-degree angle. I recognized a couple of the squiggle characters in this, and it was enough for me to at least understand that this was supposed to go to you. And he just starts passing out a couple of other parcels.
She reaches over and slowly picks up the letter to see whose seal's on it.
Refresh my memory. What letters did she send out?
Oh boy. Let me go here. So she sent out a letter to her eldest sister who likes her. And I got a response for that one. No, wait, I didn't get a response from that one. She sent a letter to her father, who her elder sister is taking care of, and she sent a letter to the Wizards Council. And specifically in the letter to the Wizards Council, she explained she was hunting down a Skaven nest and would resume hunting the Greenskin as soon as she had wind of him. But also, please send vodka and sausage.
So there was a packet, or so there was the letter, and then digging through things after a moment, Sage would then set down a decently sized parcel that is also addressed to Lucia, before wandering around the house, passing a few parcels here and there. But the letter seems to have her father's seal.
Oh, he got that to write it back personally.
Yep. And opening the letter, there are two inside.
Two inside?
Two letters. Yep. One is a small slip of a thing. It's a very scant letter from her father. A few sentences, hardly more than a paragraph, but it's his handwriting. However, the one that she would see first, as they were wrapped specifically, would be the one from her sister. There's a longer version, but the summation is the council will be sending a proper letter soon, but asked to have this parcel sent with this letter since I was heading down that way. Father's going to write a letter as well, but we're all proud of you and we're all rooting for you, or well, those of us who actually matter are. Your sister didn't know what her mission was, right?
My sister didn't know what? No, my sister wouldn't. No one outside the Witches' Council would know why an ice witch would be sent abroad.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's still strange going around the house and not seeing hide nor hair of you around, but I'm taking care of Dad. He's doing pretty well. But things around here are getting weird. If you could make it home before year's end, that would be good.
Oh.
Yeah, her and Stop are probably the fastest, but
You're slightly worried, sister.
Things are getting weird.
Yeah, the others are all kind of average. None of the sailors really have any.
Like I said, this is the condensed version.
Fair. At least this letter doesn't have any threats from Pavla included. Moon's gonna have the witch hunter be Lucia's sister here for revenge.
No threats included. The one from her father simply, I had a dream of you standing atop the icy peaks back home in Kislev. A cloak of cloud and snow draping your shoulders and a crown of ice. You were healthy. You were strong. You were happy. I know I'll never live to see that, but I hope that someday this vision comes true, at least in whatever regard is best for you. I love you, my child.
Lucia's standing in the hallway, lost in thought, because her mind is back in a small, well, small for a noble house in Prague. In vibrant hallways that are also somehow dim at the same time. In a place where the dust is just settling and the maid will come by soon to clean it. Staring into a study, listening to an old man read a book. Anyway.
Oscar, you find yourself waking up from a very well-earned sleep.
Oscar stretches and immediately regrets it because he's still got dressings over bullet wounds.
The butler is waiting nearby. Ah, Master Hertzsprung, I was just coming to rouse you from sleep. Here, I've taken the liberty of preparing you a warm glass of tea, and I'll get those dressings changed post-haste.
Thank you. I'm probably going to be quite busy for the foreseeable future, so that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Well, then I apologize in advance, Master Hertzsprung, for when I all but barge in, interrupt your work, and insist that you let me doctor you. He says with a smirk.
Yeah.
I won't stand in your way. Thank you. But
oh, but what about the tray on the table?
Ah, yes. And on the side table, with where'd it go? Where'd it go?
We good?
God damn it. Yep, I had something.
Hey, hold on. Let me find it.
Oh, there it is.
Okay,
yep.
Got it?
On the side table, as almost a strange sort of peace offering, there would be a very well polished copper tray, almost as though someone had hand buffed it with an emery cloth. And on a small platter, or on a small ceramic platter, there would be a half loaf of bread and a good wedge of hard cheese.
Think about it.
On
Decide.
another small plate, there would be a still steaming piece of boar meat, and in the corner to bring the whole ensemble together, with the silverware on the far side, is a cold tanker of pale ale, sweating slightly from condensation.
Did you put this here?
The butler looks over, blinks a couple of times. Huh. No, I did not. He takes a very faint sip of the ale. Quite good, though.
Come with something else between now and
Well, it might be
It's
useful.
canon now. Ghosts can eat.
partying and
He then blinks for a moment. I was actually just about to say he just blinks for a moment. How could I drink this?
I hope
Well,
you guys have
if you found something that you can actually interact with, then far be it for me to keep it to myself. I must confess I don't entirely trust spontaneously appearing food, but if you're able to interact with it, I'd consider that a blessing.
When it's
Help
not
yourself.
spontaneously interacting, it's been here for several hours. I simply, I believe it is a gift. He's blinking in confusion a few times. What on earth?
Hmm?
He's just staring at the tray. What on earth? Well, regardless, would you care to split the toasted, or split a piece of toasted bread and cheese with me, as it's been a incredibly long time since I have had the privilege to break bread with someone fantastic. I will return post haste.
While he's gone, Oscar is gonna finish pulling himself up. He probably, after everything that happened, just took off his shirt and slumped on the bed. So he's still fairly well dressed, but he just pulls his workshop apron on over his bare chest along with his gloves and immediately heads over to his workbench to start disassembling the broken rifle that we brought back and start tinkering with it. He's not wasting any time. He's getting straight to work.
You really should try the egg.
Excellent. If you could give me a trade craft roll, please.
Can do.
You'll find the ale most refreshing.
Okay, Cletus, we heard you the first time.
Let's see. 50 is plus that. 2 degrees of success to disassemble and assess the broken rifle.
There's a few spots that are beyond repair and will have to be either smelted back down or discarded, but they're few and far between and are largely clips and hinges.
Could be fair enough.
Yep, the firing assembly is still intact enough, and while the stock will have to be rebuilt or simply replaced, that is largely an interchangeable part. None of the actual main housing or none of the shooty bit was properly damaged.
Well, Oscar sets about cleaning, filing, and goes through the large part of spare components that we found on our first foray down to start finding replacements. But
I hear
he's
you.
gonna leave the stock off for now.
I was just going to say, Fee, I hear you, but seriously, please render a 22 inoperable without taking a hammer to the upper receiver.
No, you have a point. You have a point.
Yeah, like the barrel will need to be remilled as it's a bit bent, but not really more than, heat and hammer. And not really even a lot, it's just a faint bend. If it's supposed to be 180 degrees, it's roughly 176.
What's this?
Oh, the rifle that Oscar is repairing. There are no real there the damage is such that with a robust enough workshop, it's relatively easy to fix. Even the barrel that's slightly warped by a few degrees, he's able to heat and hammer back into shape. Honestly, it really doesn't even need a hammer, just heat and put some press on it. Anyway, my brain just got lost in a tool shop for a moment.
Okay.
But in the middle of all the working, the butler would return back. The bread having been toasted, the cheese cut in half, and he simply just stares and watches the young man work, passing him his half.
Yeah.
I
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I must say, it is always a delight to watch you in your craft.
Very kind of you, although I'm far from a master. I know my fundamentals, but not much beyond that.
Oh, I would not call you a master, but the passion oozes from every pore. You remind me of the old master of the house.
Hopefully I won't take his dark path, all things considered. And as he munches down on some of the bread and cheese, he realizes how hungry he really is. And then thinking about food makes him remember Thess and everyone else. And just goes, the rest of the house is probably awake and dined already?
There is food waiting downstairs in the kitchen and dining area. I'm sure they would all be rather enthused and enjoyed to see you up and about. Um, it seems even Frau Lucia has had a chance to stand up and stretch about.
Oh, that's good. Lucia. Oh, okay. Yeah, I should probably go and have that. Thank you very much. And Oscar is going to pull off his heavy leather gloves and apron, ruffle through his chest to just find a fresh shirt to put on, just pull out a non-black shirt to pull on over his chest and wander down to the kitchen as he does it up and says, "Hello, sorry, I've been awake a bit longer, everyone, but I wanted to get on with the work. Good news, we should have a full-size rifle functional again soon. What is that delicious smell?"
No, it is borscht soup and baklava with honey, and I'm sure Tess will love some when she wakes up too. I have to. She has these two giant plates with two more giant plates at her elbows. I'm going to run this upstairs to the house guests.
Absolutely, yes. Looks like
she-
you've done a fantastic job, Lucia.
She's heading upstairs to. I'm gonna say this out loud, and this is a phrase.
Weren't you present when they decided to stay in the safe area underneath?
Oh,
No. The Skaven stayed underneath.
Okay.
The guard came back. The guard came back with you. He was not willing.
Yes.
He was not willing to deal with the paperwork, and I think she was referring to the Countess.
No, I am referring to the Skaven. I thought they had gone up to the attic. I had missed the part where they stayed underneath. So they're in the sewer still?
Yeah, there's a safe space in the sewers not very far from the entrance that they were able to repurpose.
So if I load it up on the first map, do you remember how there was a little side room that had been blocked by rocks?
Yeah.
They're basically crawling into the side room that had been blocked by rocks and just digging in.
I apologize. I had there was a split second where I had missed that conversation because I was replying to something that someone said in my Twitch chat, and I just missed it, and I am very sorry.
You are fine. There, as I said, there is still the guard from before, or the guard that you'd pulled out of there from before is up there still.
Nevertheless, Lucia is taking food to them.
That's good. He's awake, but he's still definitely resting.
Not the guard, the rats.
Oh, lovely. All right. So you take a small jaunt across town.
That's for later. You can go with the rest of the party while she's taking a jaunt across town.
You take a small jaunt across town, and as you step outside, you can feel a faint change in the air, but I'll come back to you later. Amongst some of the other pieces of amongst some of the other pieces of mail, there seems to be a general invitation that is addressed. It's addressed to Lucia primarily, but is also I want to say CC'd because email, but that is not correct. It's also addressed to the other four of the house, and it seems to be It has the seal of the official house on it, but aside from that, it doesn't seem to specify who or what it was sent for. But just that it is attempting to contact the house. As Sage is just, yeah, I wasn't really sure who of you all to hand this to. I was hoping to wait until you were all here, but I'm not sure if Lady Thessera was hibernating.
Well, that would be... I doubt it. Not unless the water is going... Not unless she's deeply cold.
No, I think she was moved to her bedchamber. I just don't, when I was a wee lad, my mom wouldn't let me have reptiles, so I don't really know how lizards and stuff work. But, I just know the nice ladies, well, she's real warm or she's real cold. She's a bit funny, like, not that I mean that in a bad way, as he looks directly at Andre, but to be like, I'm not shit talking her. Don't be mad, sir. But
good.
Yeah. I just here 4 out of 5 of you should be enough, or 3 out of 5. Oh, there goes the fun one. But he'll pass the letter out into the center of the group.
Well, let's take it. Well, I suppose this is worth taking a look at. Shall we? Also, is this before? Hold on, is this before or after Lucia left?
Well, that's why I'm not sure if Lucia left before or after Oscar came downstairs. I believe it was after, but
I'd say after Lucia's already left.
Okay. Then it would have been the so Lucia's out, so it's just Oscar, Rodolin, and Andre at the moment.
Oh no, Doodle, we left the boys up to their own devices.
Yep.
I mean, be boys.
Yep. As Sage pulls out the letter, passes it over.
First, I'm going to do a very quick detect magic on this.
There is no magic.
Just for paranoia's sake.
It is not magical.
25.
Like, there's a tiny little bit of magic in the wax, but it's like more like they used a magic candle for sealing wax or something.
I see. And what stamp did you say was on the wax?
It is the seal of the House of Adalbert. which are the current town or the current town ruling nobles and the ones funding this whole rebuild the town, purge the rats, make gold or make a shilling coin.
Oh, good. I was wanting to speak to them.
Indeed, I was meaning to pay them a visit myself at some point. Well, Lucia is out. Perhaps we should wake Thess for this one, for reading this one, or at least see if Thess is nearly stirring. As the
Well, I know the butler moved her back from the water after it got cold to her bed, but that was sometime in the night, so
allow me to go check on her. Just gonna go get up and go over and gently enough to be, if she's awake, she'll hear it. If not, she will probably not need to not hear it. Knock on Thess's door. Knock, 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 knock. Do you happen to be awake?
he is the wizard.
I think she might have muted herself by accident.
I was unmuted, and I clicked the button thinking I was muted and muted myself.
God damn it.
Wow, that's
I mean, it is after
funny.
11. I should have been in bed 2 hours ago.
Oh no, it's fine.
There is silence at the knock. Silence as the knocking continues, and then something heavy hits the door.
Blech.
Without knocking further, he's going to quietly ask, "Was that you chucking, hurling something, or were you? You know what? She can step outside when she's awake." Rodlin does not. Far be it from him to step in on a lady's room, and far be it further one that massive muscled one that might hurl a book through his head.
Right. Well, the thing you would probably know is that her room has 2 chambers. So knocking at the outer door, she would have had to have gotten up to throw something at the door.
Oh, okay. Okay, so if something knocked against the door, then okay.
Right. There's like her little reading room and like hangout room kind of space, and then a room further back that is her actual bedroom. And she would have had to have gotten up to throw something at the outer door.
Maybe she just needs to poop.
I suppose.
Fucking power
Fair
word
enough.
la chancla over here.
Well, assuming so she would have spoken by now if that was not a thing thrown, but like herself slumping against the door. So
Right.
he will quietly say, just loud enough. Well, we have something to discuss whenever you happen to be awake. Will be, but no rush. Take your time.
It's
And he
about
will go back.
another probably 20 minutes before she works her way out. Stops cold at smelling the smells of cooking. Takes a second. And makes a quick yeah. Pastry. Honey? Cocoa? Maybe cinnamon? I think I've had this before. Before
Yes.
meandering further out.
Ah, yes. Fess, fully woken up by the clarion call of food.
She's actually not hungry right this moment. But her door has been knocked on. There's something to discuss, so it's time to get on my feet. It's got to be midday.
It in fact is.
Excellent. Well, hi. She looks tired still, but a lot less high strung than she was when she was in the dungeon or in the sewers.
Indeed. Welcome.
Morning, Fess.
Morning. Where's Lucia?
Oh,
Out on some
out.
errand. I don't.
Ah, yes. Okay. Well, hopefully she'll be
Otherwise,
back soon. What do we need to discuss?
gently gestures to the. I like we're all at like one of the. We're all sitting at one of the tables, and in the middle, Rodlin has placed the letter with the symbol of the local ruling house stamped upon it.
Ah, they finally reached out, did they?
Indeed, it seems. I want. Lucia might be unreachable at the moment, but it seemed at least you should be able. Should have been summoned for reading this.
Oh, I mean, it is my name on the house. All right. I need a. Hold on. There's got to be one here somewhere. Yes, letter opener. Yes, here it is. That's what they're for, right? Opening letters. This is a letter. Okay,
Indeed.
excellent. Um, let's open it. Do you mind?
Not at all.
Thank you. Go to work opening it, working very carefully at the seal before I make a cultural roll and realize seals are meant to be broken. Yes, seals are meant to be broken. All right, what do we got here?
There is a lot of fancy talk and pomp and circumstance, but it is a formal summons from the Duke and family, Lord. It would be Lord, Lady, and
Air.
I'm not sure if it would be Countess, if it would be Heir. I can't remember if Countess is above Duke.
Countess. Okay, so it's Baron, Count, Duke, King. And the reason Dukes freak kings out is because they might actually control more land than the king and not even realize it.
King is also usually a duke of a province.
They're usually a duke too. But anyway.
So it would probably be. So yeah, it would probably be Duke and Lady, and then Lady in Waiting, or Heir Apparent, or whatever. Anyway, it basically mentions that there is a Mrs. somewhere in there. It's not just him and his daughter.
Ah, okay. Official summons. Looks like we're
Huzzah.
wanted.
How interesting. Does it specify a time?
Yes, it. Let's see. It would specify in two. Let's see. Go with 3. Yeah. It would specify a meeting in 2 days, preferably. Though should it basically gives a meeting date and then a rain date should the meeting have to be postponed for 2 days and then a third day, respectively.
Okay. Well, so we have a time and date. It is best, from what I understand of dealing with people in charge. It's good to be punctual for the first one, and not delay past that.
Indeed.
Well, I was actually going to go speak to them today, but it seems they've already invited us.
As a house,
Well,
I mean, we are technically landholders in this city, so
There is a little handwritten PS and a slightly different text or handwriting. There we go. Slightly different handwriting at the bottom of the page. P.S. Please tell Lady Lucia to bring her fuzzy friend and whatever was in that flask.
okay. They have a special
raises
request.
eyebrow.
It's just shit. I have her token. I have her actual name and her token. God damn it! Where did you go?
Lady Albert?
Yeah, Lady Albert. Well, unfortunately, since she is sending the official thing, it's specified as Lady in Waiting, but that's just Lady in Waiting, but that's just crossed out, and it just says Lady Albert. Damn it! I had her token somewhere. I had her token with a full ass name on it and everything. To my notes.
Mm.
All right. Where are you, notes? All right. Well, I gotta dig through notes to try and find who shot what in the. Oh wait, is it this one? No, not that one. Come on. Come on. Okay. I don't know. It's probably on my physical notes somewhere around here. But yes, it is a formal summons from the court.
Okay. Good.
Damn it, one.
We'll all
Oh,
need to
yeah,
be
it's just
there.
Lady out. Oh, good. I did actually have. Oh, I did actually have. I thought I had notes on her. I just didn't realize that they were on her token.
Mm.
All right. But that seems like why the hell is the fate point floating?
Because it can.
Oh, it was on top of the candle. That seems like a fairly good place to top this or to pause or to call this for the night, unless Lucia, you wanted to do something with her delivering food to the rats.
I figured that'll be a treat for everyone next session because everyone else is going to have the serious conversation. And I'm going to be over here like, okay, I'm going to now teach rats how to share. Oh boy.
Oh dear God, yeah, you're going over there with sweet treats and food. So yeah, no, as you're making your way there, there's just a handful of people like, oh hey, it's that Kislevite lady. There's a couple of cat calls, but for the most part, there's just a few waves and a nod and a handful of people who just kind of gawk and stare because, well, you're kind of your hair and your way of dress stand out a bit.
Yeah, I can
But
see
no
that.
one's hostile, no one's nasty, no one jeers and yells witch. They just stare or wave hello.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I get cat calls.
I mean,
I don't know. Andre seems more like the type for horseplay.
Oh,
You know, I think he's got some blinders on.
Nay.
And the only blinders he's wearing are scaled and green.
Hey there.
Yeah, that's going to be a conversation at some point.
Gonna be a
Oh, God.
fun conversation.
It
Fun
depends,
Oh,
for
it sure
everyone
will.
else.
it depends on how you define fun.
Full of activities.
Yeah, there will be activities.
I would like to commit heretical Skaven genetics in an attempt to propagate our species.
No.
The half lizards. Finally, there's lizard men, and then there are lizard men.
That.
Men's-eye.
Ooh.
We will call them Men's-eye.
There is coffee in my lungs.
Nice and
You
energized.
guys timed it right.
There's coffee in my lungs. Job done.
I can't even laugh because it hurts too much. But it's really fucking funny.
Bum bum ba ba bum 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 bum. Mission complex.
Oh, all right. And the GM takes a D10 of damage.
I was
All right.
unaware we were inflicting real life GM damage, but you know what? I'm all for it.
Considering the sheer number of people I've been told I owe a new monitor to, and the handful of times I have looked at someone, said a word, and watched them double over from taking real life sanity damage.
2019, you made me
Yep.
spit my tea all over the monitor.
Yep.
On
From
camera.
a D's nuts.
I think it was either 2021 or 2022. I heard the sound of your brain just snapping like fucking fish line.
Yes.
Well, it is
See,
11:30. I need
I
to
believe
head to bed.
I believe the exact words were, "Wait, I'm a weapon."
Okay. Let's say goodnight to our audience and let's go to bed. So,
Doodle first.
Doodle first.
Hi, I'm Tesserau, or I play Tesserau, human of Lustria, and not the chef for this week's game. I am also Doodle in the real world. It's been an honor and a pleasure. I've been largely quiet because it's been kind of a tough day, but I had fun. Thank you guys for being here. Next.
I am Lucia Blick, the one who everyone was apparently worried about, who now cooked breakfast. I don't know how I became the cook and the lizard became the cozy one, but it happened. Anyway, next person.
I even slept longer than you.
Because the oven was warm and the bed was comfy.
Yes, I have been Oscar Hertzsprung, engineering student and trauma victim who's suppressing an awful lot of things right now. And I have been the player, Albion. Thank you very much for joining us for another stream and passing it on.
I have been Rental Aphid, and I have played Rodlin the Wizard. Scholar, wanderer, collector of stories and aid to the party. Through prophecy and tinkery and trickery. And I have been certainly doing my best to help our young friends on their endeavors. For one of them, both public and personal.
And I'm Shiny Star, and I've been playing Sir Andre Morehire, who has been pleasantly surprised that everything has gone well so far, and about to woo some nobles and perhaps gain some further favor in the land.
Okay.
Pass it on to you, Sir Cletus.
And I have been Cletus, portrayed by Lanzabi. And apparently get able to have that special discussion with a certain young man, which might help save him from more than just trauma in the long run.
Mm.
Moon?
I have been GM. You all entrust me with your Wednesdays, and I'm grateful that y'all keep coming back. Oscar, it was delightful to for the butler to have someone to break bread with. It's been entirely too many centuries. And I will see, and I look forward to seeing you all next time. I apologize it took me so long to get the XP and loot list up, but the numbers are good. The bits of details will need to be ironed out. I didn't mention this yet. It'll get pushed, or it'll get hammered down in the notes. The pepper boxes, well, they have a bit of warp dust was used to effectively just harden the steel, like borax powder. Aside from that, they are not warp powered weapons. You can just use them as a normal revolver.
Gotcha.
That's worth knowing.
Anyway.
Anyway.
Thank you all, audience. It's been wonderful to have you guys. I don't think we've dropped below 20 for the most part tonight, and I appreciate it. In the meantime, do go check out the Warhammer podcast that I do if you would like more information on the Warhammer world. In particular, if you want to know about people like Skaven, or we do have a new editor who's doing stuff for us, by the way, and I cannot advertise this hard enough. And I quote, Ogre Ninja is a thing. Anyway, we leave you guys to have a good night, and we will see you all next week. And if you need to catch up on this particular series, that would be the second link I'm about to give you, which is over on my streaming channel, where I have been publishing the episodes every week, and all previous episodes are up. You can go watch them. They're in a playlist on that channel, all 20 previous episodes, including Session 0, as well as the previous D&D 5e campaign that was run on this channel as well. In the meantime, that's everything. Good night, everybody. Players, say good night.
Good night,
Good
players.
night.
Good night, players.
And 3, and 2, and 1.
Sleep well,